I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do, I do it for her.
Welcome to the May 6, 2025 Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting. Clerk, could you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Klein.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
In attendance.
Supervisor Norvell is absent by prior arrangement.
All right. And since we're going to recognize public servants today, I'd like to have Leif Farr, who has 44 years of dedication to the County of Mendocino, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We're on to public expression. So any members of the public who have items that are not on the agenda, please come to the podium. Or online, raise your hand. So this is for items not on the agenda.
I understand, and we talked about the fact that I'm just addressing it generally. What my comments today.
So, is it about item 3M?
It addresses that in part, yes.
Okay.
But the greater issue is the mess that the county could get itself further into.
So it really has to do with 3M?
Yes, it does.
No, 3Q.
3Q, yes, it does.
Okay, so why don't you hold off and we'll take that in public comment for the consent calendar.
But I hope it'll be now, this morning, rather than later in the afternoon.
I'll let you speak to it now.
Thank you.
In the morning, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Ed Epperson. I live on Burke Hill Road. I believe this is not agendized today. What I'd like to do is read a letter to you, addressed to you, Mr. Chairman, and leave copies of it for you and the rest of the members. The subject is case AP 2022-0041, administrative permit, and a request for public hearing in its regard. Dear Chairman, this is written to request that you direct county administrative staff to schedule a public hearing regarding the above-mentioned administrative permit, which has been expired for many months. Staff have long past acknowledged the necessity of conducting a hearing and have stated intent to schedule same. However, no action has been taken. Please see attached letters I wrote to Keith Grunendijk on 12/22/24, to Julia Krog on 1/28/25, to Darcy Antle on 3/16/25. I've received no response of any kind from any of them, nor has a hearing been scheduled. I request that the board take action to instruct county staff to promptly schedule the required hearing. My expectation is that neighbors to the property in question will state their observations that essentially every requirement of the expired permit has been and continues to be violated by the owner/applicant. Sincerely, Ed Epperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you can give it to the clerk.
Good morning. My name is Paula Patterson, and I'm from Little River. And I'm here not to address speed limits, but just funding for the repair of the less than 2 miles of Little River Airport Road. And first of all, I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors. You have a really challenging year ahead of you when it comes to the budget. And I know you're facing things that you can't even begin to know about, but I came kind of thinking about positive things in funding sources that maybe haven't been thought of or would give you some kind of leeway or thoughts for the future. I noticed that the figures for 2021 for tourism in our county, that's right past pandemic, were $433 million. Now, I know that doesn't come to the county, but then again, in 2023, the figures were $517 million. So at this point, the numbers are increasing for income and revenue for this county, not necessarily for you, but I just think that, you know, our district, District 5, our Supervisor Williams, is the largest of in square miles of the county, and we also, I would hazard to guess, though there are no figures to show, that we are the bulk of that income when it comes to tourism. I mean, any visit to Mendocino, the town of, on a weekend, can pretty much validate that. So I just would love to see our little county give some kind, or our little district get some kind of nod to the revenue that we bring into this county when it comes to regards of tourism to help offset the cost of road repair, especially Little River Airport Road. I also want to address the airport. I've done some research about different airports here in this county regarding revenue that is collected. For instance, Eureka Airport is $135 minimum for every plane landing at that airport, and that is also, it depends on usually the weight of the airplane, and that can go up to $500 per landing at that airport. I know, because I live across the street from our airport, that not just airplanes but jets also fly in, so that increases the poundage of, and that would increase the revenue were we to have fees at the airport for landing. Let's see, then also Napa Airport also has from $31 to $42 that whenever a plane lands there. So I would just say that because we don't, in Little River Airport, all there is a $15, that I can find, $15 parking or tie-down fee at our airport. We're missing a lot of revenue because it has a particularly long runway and allows for larger size airplanes to land. So I would just say to you, it's something that it perhaps could be thought about for increasing revenue. And yeah, oh, am I at 3? Oh, sorry. Thank you, you guys.
Chair, could we direct, I've heard that idea come up in multiple settings. Could we direct it to County Council to give us an answer on, can we charge more, or are we limited to cost recovery on the airport?
Hi. I'm a little nervous at doing this. I'll do the best I can and risk repeating myself. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Kevin Radley, and I'm a resident of District 5. I live on Little River Airport Road. I'm also a working member of a group of Citizens to Fix Little River Airport Road. The purpose of the group is to present a proposal to the board for consideration to repair or repave Little River Airport Road or County Road 404 from Highway 1 to the junction. I believe it's called Little Albion River Road. The 404 has not had any major repair or repaving done for many years, and this is according to people we did outreach to. Some just have lived there for years and years, do not know of any repair. They've done things like repaired potholes. They've also, which is great, but they wash away. And particularly during the big rains, it did just that. They also decided, and we thank them for doing that, they also cleaned out the culverts or the drainage ditches. Unfortunately, they turned out to be wide and 18 inches deep. Considering the condition of the road, that makes kind of unsafe passage. Why? Because trucks, because of the erosion, because of disintegration of the pavement, we have a number of vehicles that are both like propane trucks, dump trucks, ambulances, delivery services, local transportation services, all use those roads. And so it becomes a matter of negotiation. Are you going to share a lane and do a head-on with somebody or hit a culvert? That is yet to be seen, and hope does not happen. We've also set out, basically we've just set out petitions to connect not just the woods where we live, but also the people who live alongside the community up and down from the Little River Airport Road, Albion Road to Highway 1. And we've come up with over 900 signees to our petitions. We have an online presence. This is what this is about. People have gotten in touch with us, and it's been a great service, not only just to us, but the community. And with the current season now getting drier and drier and the possibilities of fire, how do we exit, evacuate, if you will? And it's to the left or to the right. There's no other exits.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, including Board of Supervisors. My name is Sheila Klopper, and I'm from the 5th District. I not only live in the woods, I'm just about ready to turn 79, but I'm also an EMT with the Albion Fire Department, and among many other things that I do. But Little River Airport Road is very dangerous. I'm sorry if I'm so redundant. Board of Supervisor Williams will know how redundant I can be. But since I've lived there for 10 years, there's never been any kind of repaving for the road. And I have responded to one of our residents who in the evening time ran off into the ditch and required 911 responses. When I was also testing to drive a water tank vehicle for the fire department, when I was testing and driving down that road, I went off to the ditch, but I'm a good driver and I was able to recover and not get stuck in the ditch, but it was a little scary. Also, my background is in law enforcement and 33 to 5 years as a licensed private investigator in civil litigation and criminal. And I can tell you that so often I always hear, well, we don't have the money, we don't have the money. But when somebody gets killed, it's amazing how money can be found. And I have worked many cases both as a police officer and as a licensed investigator in civil litigation work, and where this has been an issue of really bad roads. And I don't want to have to respond out there to take care of one of my co-residents from the woods. Not only that, Little River Airport Road is what, maybe 2 miles long, something like that? And we're at least 160 people in the woods that are all seniors, that all have different kinds of, or many of us have different kinds of health issues, and yet we have a driver's license, we're permitted to drive, but that is such an unsafe road with the potholes that are there. And, you know, I could go on and on and on, and I'm sure you've heard it all, so I won't take up any more of your time. But please find the money. I mean, Albion Little River Road found the money, Compsey Road found the money, but all of us senior citizens on Little River Airport Road can't seem to find the money. So I'm asking you to please help us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair?
Supervisor Williams.
I wonder if we could, I think we're going to have people continually coming to give public expression about roads, and they're right. And I know each supervisor has bad roads in their district, equally bad, except maybe Supervisor Mulhern. And I appreciate her at every chance. She has been an advocate for roads countywide. Should we schedule a time when DOT can present the long-term plan and we can look realistically at what's in front of us? Because as Supervisor Jurdy said, half the roads in this county have no plan for repavement ever. And you know, the other half we're maintaining probably not at the level the public expects. Instead of having this come at public expression time and time again, could we schedule some time to talk about roads?
Yeah, and I think that's what we did in the workshop in January, but certainly if we want to look at that 20-year plan, it was supposed to be updated, so I think that would be, yeah.
Does a supervisor need to bring that, or can we ask staff to time it at the, maybe the director could bring it?
I could work with staff on it.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning, Teresa McNarland. I'm sharing with you 2 screenshots of Facebook posts taken from the public Facebook account of Mendocino County Assistant District Attorney Nathan Mamo. January 24, 2025, quote, "For the record, F Donald Trump, as well as any disingenuous fool that voted for him. If you actually voted for that Antichrist, you are a lying racist," end quote. March 19th, 2025, he, quote, referring to Donald Trump, "And anyone who supports him is a flaming racist, full stop," end quote. All ADAs take an oath to conduct oneself at all times with dignity, courtesy, and integrity. And I ask you, are these public posts a display of dignity and courtesy? These type of political posts go all the way back to 2020 on his Facebook account, and they are not isolated. Now, I don't care what another person thinks or posts about the president or any politician, but what is of significant concern to me is that ADA Mamo believes, according to his Facebook post, that 75 million Americans are fools, disingenuous liars, and flaming racists, and that includes over 13,500 Mendocino County residents, people like me who pay his salary and benefits. A few of the many roles of the district attorney's office are to collaborate with police on criminal investigations, assess the legal merits in bringing criminal charges against perpetrators, and consulting with victims. Are we supposed to have confidence in ADA Mamo to do this job, being fair and impartial, given the amount of contempt, disdain, and hatred he has for over 13,500 residents in Mendocino County? I am one of those people that voted for Trump, and I am not a fool, I am not a liar, and I am certainly not a racist. But none of that matters. Because if I'm a victim of a crime, what really matters is what ADA Mamo believes that I am. And he believes I'm a fool, he believes I'm a liar, and he believes I'm a racist. And to believe those things about a victim of a crime, to have that amount of contempt and hatred before you ever met a person or read a police report is lawless, feckless, unprofessional, and inexcusable. We cannot have someone like this as a law enforcement official in our community. By fate, I saw him in shots last week, and I confirmed his identity, and I went up and I asked him, and I showed him a screenshot on my phone, and I said, "Did you post this?" And he said, "I'm not commenting on that." I said, "Do you think I'm a racist?" No comment. He didn't deny it, nor walk it back. ADA Mamo, according to his Facebook post, believed that over 13,500 residents of our great county are disingenuous fools, liars, and flaming racists. This mentality and behavior are egregious, and they have no place in our DA's office and should not be tolerated. I'm asking this board to take some sort of action. I'm asking ADA Memo to resign, and I'm asking DA Eister to do a simple social media search before hiring ADAs into his office to root out extremists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation seems always to Market French near Eddie the hot dog guy. And I really want to point out all of you, especially my supervisor Mo, put up a lot of crap for me this week. What was just presented. I thought I was a bad boy until I saw that. But I don't like having to come up and be negative. I'm trying to root that out of my life. I think we all should try to root that out of our life. I think we should try to root that out of our community. And we have a few particular individuals. I think I've said before that I've gotten a little bit beat up. And these individuals, I did go back after them. I don't like passive aggressive stuff. There is a tone to the written word. The written word is more powerful than the spoken word. My spoken word is pretty powerful. These people, one of these people, Tim McCormick of Tee Up Golf, has established a Facebook page that mocks disabled people like myself. And he has mocked me daily for weeks. And I am tired of it. And I'm going to find every one of these people in this community before I die. And I'm going to name them just like I am today. Because they either need to change, go to church and find God, or leave. And again, I appreciate you all for what you do. I'm really apologize for the troubles that I may cause. But I am clearly not done. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Laura Yurok from Little River. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say that it's really important to repair Little River Airport Road. This is a road that has the airport on it, big airport. That's a very important place. Coast Guard uses it. It's a place for emergency gathering. Little River Airport Road is a road that is designated as an escape route in emergencies. So if you cannot manage to repair it this time around, what would be good is if you could show that you really care about this road, put it on your list of roads that need repairing, and commit to fixing this road, because it's a lot more important than other roads that are getting better care. And it would be wonderful if you could just acknowledge that it's an important road and plan for the future to get it fixed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any online comments?
We have one, Vicky Wedegardner.
Good morning, board. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Vicky Wedegardner. I'm from the Citizens to Repair Little River Airport Road. You've been hearing a lot from us recently, and we are a presence in the community and online. You've heard from my fellow citizens today about the need to repair our road before something disastrous happens. The basic message that we get from the board is that there is no money to address the truly scary conditions of our roads. I'd like to push back on that assertion. We hear a lot about the budget deficit, but deficit doesn't mean there's no money. Rather than being asked what we citizens are willing to give up to get our roads fixed, why are we not hearing about more creative and district-specific solutions? District 4 and especially District 5 bear the brunt of deterioration of their infrastructure as a result of use by tourists. And this is specifically bad for roads. Yet those same districts are pouring tourist tax dollars into the general county coffers. Why would you not allow the districts that are being harmed by overuse to have a greater share of their tax revenue to repair that damage? I've heard throughout my life that citizen advocacy is the cornerstone of our democracy. Yet my experience in advocating to repair Little River Airport Road has not given me optimism in this regard. Our group has been given contradictory directions on how to best present our case to the board. We've been summarily dismissed by department heads, and we receive only sporadic communication from those who hold power. Clearly, our group is organized, informed, and motivated. Why are we not treated as partners in the process of governance rather than feeling like beggars at a table full of scraps? In our efforts to garner support for the repair of Little River Airport Road, we have an online presence, hundreds of petitions of signatures on our website. We recently posted a YouTube video that gained 100 views in 48 hours in spite of being minimally promoted at first. Hundreds more petition signatures have been gathered in the community. Road signs, flyers are posted throughout the district. Why are we feeling like we must be a thorn in your side to get a reasonable request addressed? It's my understanding that political representatives have a formula to determine how many constituents are concerned about an issue. This formula estimates that each single communication from a constituent or each act of advocacy actually represents hundreds, maybe thousands of constituents. We've gathered over 600 petition signatures in districts 4 and 5. I would suggest this is representative of many thousands of residents. Why does it seem like you're not hearing our voice? What can we do to get a very basic and very reasonable request fulfilled? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Klein.
Yes, question for Supervisor Williams. About approximately how many residents live on this road that's being discussed?
Well, there's a lot of people who use the road who don't live on it.
Well, my question is how many people live on the road?
I'd have to refer to county staff for how many are directly.
And we can chat offline later.
Yeah. I think it was at the Willits meeting, one of the commenters shared a number of 70 vehicles per hour. And from standing out there and watching, I think that's a fair estimate.
Thank you.
All right, any other online comments?
Seeing none.
Okay, seeing no further public expression, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, item 3AB has been withdrawn at the request of the department. I have a proclamation on 3M that I'd like to read. And then there's been a lot of comments about item 3Q. So I'd like to pull that and for separate discussion. But we can hear any kind of comments about it right now. It will be heard at the end of the day. Okay. All right. So with proclamation 3M, this is a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing May 4th through 10th, 2025 as Public Service Recognition Week in Mendocino County. Whereas the week of May 4th through the 10th has been designated as Public Service Recognition Week in to honor employees of the federal, state, and local government and members of the uniformed services, and whereas government workers at all levels provide essential public services to ensure quality of life in our communities, and whereas public employees take not only jobs but oaths, and whereas Mendocino County benefits daily from the knowledge and skills of employees who are responsive, innovative, effective, and dedicated public servants, and whereas day in and day out Mendocino County public servants provide the diverse services demanded by its citizens with efficiency and integrity, and whereas Mendocino County public servants have much to offer as demonstrated by their expertise, and serve as examples by passing on institutional knowledge to train the next generation of public servants. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims the week of May 4th through the 10th, 2025 as Public Service Recognition Week in Mendocino County, California. All right. So thank you to all the employees of the county and of state, federal, everyone who is dedicated to providing services to our communities. So thank you very much. And so are there any public comments on any of the consent calendar items? Okay. Mr. Vogel.
Thank you. My name is Barry Vogel. I'm addressing you today as a citizen. I'm not doing so as a practicing attorney, although I've been practicing law in this county for the past 50 years. I've now retired. I'm glad to see that there's a concern about where the money goes and where it doesn't go. And the concern that I have is about you as a group authorizing the giveaway of money to people to get county employees to retire. And that is prohibited by law statewide. I've given a copy of a little summary I prepared to you, Mr. Chairman, and to Mr. Williams and to County Council. And I have a few more if you cannot, if your secretary would rather use my paper than yours, save county money. And the incentive that you have is a problem. The issue is giving away county money by paying an employee to resign. California law is clear that may not be done. One of the tasks of the California Attorney General is to resolve matters like this on request. The issue here is it legal for you to give money, to ask people to resign and give them money to do so? The law says it is a crime in California. The fact, Mr. Williams, that has been done by other areas, other communities and counties in the state does not mean our county should continue to do something that is incorrect. This is easily resolved. If County Council were to request an opinion by the State Attorney General, that request would be honored. She does not need your opinion. But today, in the documents that I gave to you, Mr. Supervisor, is a formal request that the county do so. You have now been formally notified. If you choose to do nothing, and there is an action against the county for the money that you have wrongfully spent on giving it to people who choose to retire early, that's their business, not the people's business. Your job is to save money for the county. We hear frequently how you can do that. If you choose not to, all I can tell you is that there's a lot of people who are unhappy with it, and you may well be sued, and it'll cost you more money. Now that you are knowingly doing it. I refer you to California Government Code 1222.
Your time is up. Could you wrap it up in a next sentence?
Yes. California Code 1222 will explain the problem.
Okay.
Thank you. And the punishment. I hope it doesn't happen here.
So this item will be heard at the end of the day because I pulled it for further consideration. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I had a very brief question for Mr. Vogel. Are you able to cite how it's against state law other than what you've already provided so that when county council comes back later, perhaps we have some more research?
Not between now and then, but yes. I think that could be done. But also, is it my job to provide legal advice and do her job? I'll help.
Okay?
Thank
So
you.
this will be heard at the end of the day.
I'd like to be contacted before it's heard, so
Well, it will probably be around 4 o'clock. Okay. All right. Seeing no further public comment, any public comment online?
Seeing none.
All right. Looking for a motion, Supervisor Klein.
Yes, I move approval with the exception of, on 3B, the application for Kyle Farmer. There is an administrative error and would like to remove that application from approval.
Second.
And we will hear item 3Q, so that's been pulled.
Agree.
Second degrees.
Okay. So with item 3B, you're pulling everything except for, or you're approving everything except for 3B and 3Q.
Specifically one item on 3B.
Okay. All right.
Hey, I wonder if we need to hear 3B separately to amend it. I don't know that we can just leave off one.
Well, I guess we'll bring out 3B at the end of the day too, if that needs to be
Agreeable.
clarified. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion.
Just for clarification for the record, you would like to pull 3B and 3Q until end of the day.
Right. Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Very good. We'll move on to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Are there any reports? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Jamise Cubison, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Chair Haschak, you asked me to come today this morning to talk a little bit about tax sale auctions from Mendocino County. I have to tell you, I'm not sure exactly what your questions were or if there was some other board member who had a question, but I will let you know. The last tax sale that we conducted in Mendocino County was in June of 2019. And we have not conducted one since. They were paused during the COVID pandemic, and then additionally did not take place because of short staff and lack of institutional knowledge and processes that had not been left in place. Our office has recently hired, filled the position of Chief Deputy Treasurer Tax Collector. We are fortunate to have someone who has experience in the tax collector's office, although not directly experienced with the tax sales and auctions. This person, unfortunately, left the tax collector's office, went to the assessor's office, and is now back in the tax collector's office, so I'm sure there's some impact to the assessor's office, unfortunately. But this person's primary responsibilities will be to resume the process, document it, and hopefully get us on the way to conducting auctions. Unfortunately, that process is a very lengthy process. There are many steps that are required that have long timelines. So we will hope to begin soon reestablishing any potential contracts with outside vendors that we might find necessary and begin those lengthy, as I said, title searches, interested party searches, legal descriptions. It's a very involved process. We have been continuing to issue powers to sell and record those. We do have, I believe, after we file this summer, probably 270 that we have done with the current staff in the office. Unfortunately, we do not have a good handle on exactly how many may be left from the previous staff. A lot of that was documented, unfortunately, by hand, and so we do need to resurrect those records and that list of properties. So it is going to be a very involved process. But I want to assure you that we do have information from the state on what that process is, as well as contacts that we've made with other counties who are currently conducting those auctions on a regular basis. We are trying to learn some of the pitfalls and drawbacks of some of those relationships that they may have had with various consultants so that we can better understand how to contract with hopefully the best resources that we can avail ourselves of. Unfortunately, after you actually conduct an auction and complete that sale, there is also a year in which some of those sales can be rescinded. So it is going to be a very lengthy process. My hope would be that we might be able to get back to actually conducting an auction, hopefully in the fall of next year. And I know that sounds like a long time, but many of these processes take at least 7 months. And so we have to be realistic about being able to make sure that we're ready and how we're going to evaluate which parcels are going to come forward first, so that we can conduct that in a meaningful way in order to learn from that process and be able to do hopefully a larger auction after that. So at this time, I don't know if there was a specific question that you had or if that is the information you were hoping for.
Well, that is the information I was looking for, because it was brought up about what are we going to do about these default properties and everything. How are we going to sell those? And so I know that processes have been used in the past, and I appreciate your kind of description of what's happening today.
Okay. So I do have another topic that I need to bring to your attention. The county's outside audit firm, Clifton Larson Allen, has asked me if we will have the year-end books closed with all year-end balance sheet entries completed and be ready to start the outside audit by early September, with the intention to issue financial statements by the end of December. Given that I was shut out of my office for 17 months and have only been back in the office for 2 months, the only way that we will meet those dates is if Sarah Pierce is made available to me directly when I need her to provide information, not through anyone else, from now until July 15th. She will then need to be assigned to work with me and my staff from July 15th through the issuance of the ACFR. There have been many changes to the financial systems, and there are gaps in the information left behind for me and my other staff to follow. And there is not enough time for me to review all of the current year's transactions and research and interpret the many changes made while I was out without her assistance. And if I'm unable to have the assurance that she will be assigned to work directly with me and my staff, I will not be able to commit to the audit firm that we will be ready by September. If we cannot commit to their schedule, it is unlikely that we will be able to close and issue reports on time, as they will reassign Mendocino, our audit, to a different time frame much later in their schedule. In addition, Sarah Pierce will need to be authorized and willing to sign the management representation letter and the ACFR with me. And I will need to know if the board is willing to give that direction to staff in order to provide the support necessary to meet the goals of closing the year, completing the audit, and issuing the reports timely. At this point in time, I'm not sure what to tell the audit firm. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, seeing no further reports from department heads.
Through the chair, if I may, we do have the county librarian online, Melissa Hanna.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to touch on some discontinuations of service during the next fiscal year. Due to current and upcoming financial obligations, the Mendocino County Library has made the difficult decision to discontinue some online services, including Hoopla, Cannabis, Pronunciator, ProCitizen, Grant Finder, and Covels. This news may come as a disappointment to many who have enjoyed these digital services. The library will also be discontinuing its movie screening license. Movie nights hosted in the branch spaces will end on June 14th. The decision to end these services was not made lightly, but with increasing costs to our operating budget, it was determined that this would be the best course of action. While specific resources may be ending, the choices were made based on similar services continuing to be available, including Libby and the Palace Project for ebooks, audiobooks, and magazines. You may have also heard about the ending of federal grant funds from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, or IMLS. While these changes don't specifically affect the county library's budget, as those funds are directed to the California State Library, the cut to funding does impact our patrons in several ways. The state library received over $15.7 million from IMLS last year. Services that our patrons have access to that are on the chopping block include funds to add titles to California's bookshelf and statewide access to the materials, subscriptions to the New York Times, free access to Cal Matters for Learning, free access to continuing education and leadership opportunities for library staff through California Libraries Learn, resource guides, collections of books, and training for staff to support summer reading programs, subscriptions to ProLiteracy and Change Agent, and training and resources for local library literacy programs, subscriptions to Volunteer Match, and support for recruiting, training, and working with volunteers, free access to policy mapping, and data analytics tools, and training for staff in collecting and using data, preservation and digitization services for library collections, training for library staff, and support for setting up memory labs. The Braille and Talking Book Library is also facing extreme cuts because of the end of IMLS grants. 70 Mendocino County residents and 2 institutions take advantage of the Braille and Talking Book Library. Its director, Mike L. Marlin, let me know that those patrons consume an approximate 1,500 titles per month, or 18,000 circulated items annually. I'm still awaiting the state's final budget proposal and how it might affect specific library programs that are funded through the state library or through grants run by the state library. When I hear more about those potential impacts, I will follow up with the CEO's office and the Board of Supervisors.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hannum, for that update, and certainly it's not good news, but it's a reality of the days we're living in. Any other reports? Clerk?
Seeing none online.
Okay. All right, moving on to item 4B. Discussion and possible action, including acceptance of third quarter budget report on the status of the county departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 24-25, approval of executive office recommendations, and adoption of resolution amending the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. I'll look to the CEO.
Excuse me, Chair. Hashtag sorry to interrupt. I believe you should seek public comment for the last item.
Oh, was there any public comment on item 4A? Okay, seeing none in the room?
Seeing none online.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. We're here today to present third quarter for fiscal year 24-25. We started this year with a $7 million use of one-time funds. Through the hard work of this team and the department's Auditor Controller's Office, we've reduced that down to $3 million. So we continue to improve throughout the year by working with the departments. So I will turn it over to Deputy CEO Rakes and Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Scott, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I'm joined here today by Acting Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce and Principal Analyst Jessica Sandoval. For our third quarter presentation, our third quarter update today, I will pass over to Jessica Sandoval to move through the slides. And then it's a fairly short presentation, so if we can save any questions for the end, I think that'll help us get through this fairly smoothly. So without further ado, I'll pass it to Jessica Sandoval.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, Counsel Scott. My name is Jessica Sandoval. I'm a principal analyst with the Executive Office. We're going to jump right into the slide deck here. So starting off, we have our revised budget net county cost for general fund at $86.4 million. As CEO Antle mentioned, the need for one-time funding has reduced to $3 million. We reported at mid-year the one-time funding need being $4.2 million, so you see the reduction there. And that is based on updated Q3 revenue projections provided by our county auditor's office. And this one-time funding we will be using as our designated as ARPA funding, American Rescue Plan Act funding. And moving on to the next slide, we have our general fund revenue projections. So the updated third quarter projected revenue is $93,821,530. This is $1.2 million up from the mid-year projection and 0.21% increase from prior fiscal year actuals. A detailed breakdown of what those increases and decreases are is included in Exhibit A attached to this item. And the primary increase is due to property tax, but this also includes sales tax reductions, and there's some other items included in that attachment. So moving on to the next slide, we have our general fund budget to actuals for our 1000 series, which is our salaries and benefits. A couple of disclaimers here. The actuals are subject to change when third quarter closes in our finance system, so these numbers are as of our print date. And we have it organized by functional area. We've displayed our data by functional areas before. If you need an overview of what those consist of in the report on page 7, we have that listed out. Overall, our general fund 1000 series is at 69.6% of budget as of third quarter. And this is an increase of 4.05% from the prior year. We also have the year-to-date actuals in attachment E for all series for general fund, so people can reference that there. And then another important note with this slide, it shouldn't be used to estimate our carry forward, because our functional areas such as health and sanitation and public assistance, containing social services and public health departments, a lot of the funding is state and federal dollars, so it's not going to be a one-for-one there. Okay, and moving on to our next slide here, we have a graphic provided on attachment C, which is a report that we received from HDL regarding sales tax by major business group. A couple of things I wanted to note on this graphic. The notes we have on the side of this slide are pertaining to unincorporated areas, and the graphic is countywide, so you're going to see some variance there of the percentage decrease, and it's detailed in the report. Overall, sales tax is down in our unincorporated areas by 8.7%, and calling out just a few, service stations is decreased by 8.9% in the unincorporated areas. Now on this graph, fuel and service stations are combined so that those are reflecting multiple groups in one bar. Wineries is down 11%. Building materials down 1.4%, grocery stores 2.7%, and plumbing and electrical supplies down 18.8%. There are more details again in the report in attachment C. Moving on to the next slide. We have our sales tax breakdown, so this gives everyone an idea of where our sales tax dollars are going. The 7.875%, starting with state general fund at 3.9375%. City and county general fund gets 1%, and our portion of local dollars, we have Mendocino County Measure B at 0.125%, Measure O getting 0.25%, and Measure P getting 0.25%. So this is just a good graphic to break that down. And then moving on to our recommendations with our third quarter report. Accept the fiscal year 24-25 third quarter report as presented. Accept Exhibit A revenue adjustments. Approve third quarter department budget adjustments and administrative cleanup, Attachment A. Approve third quarter fixed asset and structural improvement requests, Attachment B. Implement full hiring freeze, departments to work with CEO and board to fill critical mandated positions. And with that, we'll open it up to questions and discussion.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Supervisor Williams.
What was the percent that grocery stores are down?
2.7%.
2.7. So, I think when the public hears that, they might think people are buying less food, but food isn't taxable. So when I hear that, I think there's less alcohol consumption, or maybe it's cleaning supplies. It's something in the grocery store that's taxable, which isn't much. Most of a grocery store is not prepared food for human consumption, so it would be exempt. It'd be interesting to push back on the source of this data and ask, what does it actually mean?
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yes, clarification under recommendations. It says, implement full hiring freeze, departments to work with CEO and board to fill critically mandated positions. Do we have this process in place for what this will look like? Will critically mandated positions come to the board for approval, or is there a certain designation for the CEO to handle and then others to come to the board?
Yes, as we've discussed before, the public safety positions are open because they are mandated positions at this point. The board has seen those. But we would be working with the departments on a reorg, job duties, looking for efficiencies, what we can do to hold those positions. And when we would bring it to the board for approval.
Thank
It
you.
would most likely be on consent to fill those positions.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Right. Supervisor Williams.
This is a good presentation. I'm thankful for it. Do we have any more detail on how we forecast the potential savings from natural attrition with the hiring freeze? My worry is that when it comes to critical positions needing to be refilled, all the pressure will go on the CEO. The CEO will look at it and say, yes, there's a mandate, it's a critical position. I don't know if we can save as much as in an ideal world we think we might, because a lot of the attrition we see is in positions that are critical and will be refilled. So I'm just curious if we could, I don't want to throw cold water on it, it's the right approach, but could we see the formula and what assumptions we're including so that we don't have a surprise later? That's one question. And then the other to note, one of your first slides, maybe it was the second slide, had the chart of revenue over time. And if you adjust for real terms, if you adjust under the current inflation rate, this county is seeing a large decline in revenue. And I think that's the way we should be looking at the forecast, is we have less to work with in buying power this year than last year.
Okay.
Sarah Pierce, would you like to take the question about the calculation?
Sure, if I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. So the attrition is really being played into next year's budget, 25-26. But what we did is we looked at the overall turnover rate for the county, which was at almost 10%, 9.94. And we did look at it by budget unit, understanding that, say, for instance, the sheriff's office probably has a higher turnover rate. So we factored it down and took more of a conservative approach. And overall, we've estimated about a 6% for the general fund that will be through attrition. We can bring back more details if.
Yeah, just when it could even be attached, or you could send it out to the board and make it available to the public. I don't think we're going to see that 6%. I think it's wishful thinking, and I guess I'd like to hear from the CEO. I think staff did a good analysis, but in terms of how it actually plays out, we've done this before and it hasn't matched the ideal scenario.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair. Yeah, we've tried before, but as one prior supervisor, not on this board, years back, called it was more like a slushy. So it wasn't held, the line wasn't held. So it's going to be up to this board and to me to hold the line. And then you could see those savings. So again, we'll have to make those hard decisions as they come, unfortunately. But that's the position that we're in right now. So I think we have to hold as tight as we can.
Okay, and looking at page 4 of the slides, it's, if you want to bring that up, 4. Yeah, and so when it shows that we're at overall general fund 1,000 series expenses at 69.6%, and since we're 75% of the year done, that seems like it's good news, but there's, I guess, seasonal factors and some things that come up that as the end of the year comes, that 69% or compared to 75%, really 100, when the end of the year comes, it's more like 100%. Is that true?
If I may, through the chair, Tony Riggs, Deputy CEO. Yes, you're reading that correct. So even though we're at that 69.6% as of Q3, a couple considerations. One, the third quarter books aren't closed yet. Now, these are salary and benefits, so these have been expensed out, these have been paid. So these are more accurate than we would have for instance, our goods and supplies, for example, or our contracts or anything like that may be waiting for the third quarter to close. That said, there are, as you mentioned, seasonal factors that impact that gap that narrows throughout the end of the year that may lag behind in first quarter, second quarter, start to close in that third quarter, and then tighten up in the fourth. Now, our departments have, I think, taken a more strict approach in the way that they have been budgeting their salaries in and working more closely with the CEO's office. And so we want to be careful about projecting any sort of savings or carry forward using this data and keep monitoring it throughout this Q4.
And so the third quarter hasn't closed yet, those financial reports. Do we have any idea when those will close?
I don't have an answer to that. That would be a question that I would direct to the auditor controller as to what the timing of that would be.
Okay, if she is on, if she's watching, if she could respond to that, that would be great. Here she is.
Auditor Controller Shamice Cubbison, Auditor Controller Treasurer Tax Collector Shamice Cubbison. I think your question was about the close of third quarter in the finance system. It generally takes us usually a month or two to close, and that's because we have journal entries that are coming in from other departments, and sometimes there's a lot of back and forth. We also have other, things that may impact it. So, we generally aren't able to close. It usually takes us about a month or two. So I believe we're poised right now to close February this week. So we'll hope to close March soon after that, but we still have some outstanding items we're trying to resolve with department.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
So we have to pass a balanced budget, right? State Constitution and County Budget Act. And we're doing that. We have a plan where we won't be spending more than our revenue. But I think there's a hidden category, the negative account balance of deferred maintenance, right? The county has balanced the budget over the years by underfunding pensions, not maintaining infrastructure, whether it's county buildings or roads. And I see this is another year where that undocumented number is growing. So we may have a budget that is balanced per the letter of the law, but certainly not the spirit. We're not covering, our plan doesn't maintain our infrastructure. Where do you want to have that discussion? It seems like something we should be including in budget reports and in the budget book. What is that number that we're accruing every year as it's a liability?
I think one of those attachments we saw was a capital improvement plan. And wasn't that at $14 million that right off the top?
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Yes, at one of our prior workshops, we brought back at least with regard to facility maintenance and deferred maintenance on capital maintenance projects, we did bring back that number. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, although we can look it up here very quickly if we want the exact number. But tracking that for future conversations, particularly as part of our workshops and as the proposed budget, it was a goal that we had set out, that the CEO's budget team set out in prior workshops to get that so that we know year to year what it is we're truly contending with, and that number is no longer hidden.
Okay. As far as, the other parts of the county picture, like the roads and everything, that's another big item that's not accounted for.
And I think if we were to begin accounting for it, it would catalyze discussions about how to address it. When we have some money, maybe instead of throwing it at good projects, we would cover our infrastructure first. Since I've been on the board, I've seen we've spent money on projects that I support, but I don't think the board at the time was fully aware that we essentially have a deficit towards our infrastructure that should have been covered first.
Right. Okay. Any further discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment?
Once again, Laura Yurok from Little River, wearing my nonprofit hat. The reduction in sales tax revenues from stores like grocery stores, from gas stations, could indicate fewer tourists coming here. And I'm wondering whether the statistics on the transient occupancy tax would support that possibility. And maybe you're going to cover that at some point today. I don't know, but that was what occurred to me. Do we have indications that we got fewer visitors coming here and spending money? So, any answers, any comments?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that we have seen in the last year that the TOT has gone down. And certainly in today's climate, we might see it go further down, as fewer people from other countries come to our area too, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so any further comments from the chambers? Okay, seeing none. Any online?
We have one online. Maniela.
Monel? Monel, you're on. You're muted. Okay. Monel, if you could mute yourself.
If you are on the phone, you can press *6 to unmute.
Wave your hand. Pardon? Okay. Monel will come back to you later. County Council, can we go ahead with a vote since Monell doesn't seem to be?
Yes, I mean, I think it looks like maybe either the commenter withdrew their comment or can, call back in if there's an issue. I just wanted to offer for this item, we do have 4/5 of the board present. We do have a quorum, but I would just point out that the resolution calls for a 4/5 vote.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion?
Move recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and we will vote by the button. The requirement is 4 votes in the affirmative.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Very good. And at this point, let's take a 10-minute break before we get into the next item.
Cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces, yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps
We're on to
behind.
item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding a presentation on Mendocino County's preliminary fiscal year 2025-26 budget. I'll look to the CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say this has been a short turnaround time to bring this budget workshop back to you. So some of this will be reiterating what we've discussed before, as well as any additional information you've requested. But this will be the final before the budget hearings on June 3rd and 4th. So we look forward to your input. And I know there's going to be, again, some more difficult decisions that we're going to have to make. So I'll turn it over to Deputy CEO Riggs.
Thank you. Good morning once again, Chair Haschak, members of the board, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. Happy to be here for our May 6th budget workshop. So as CEO Antle mentioned, some of this is review. It's bringing back items that we had discussed at the prior workshop, and then letting you know what the outcome of the board direction, and having it here in the presentation. So if we can move on through our slides here, we'll start with, and keep in mind some of these slides are packed full of information, so I understand that they're probably not as easy to read as we'd hope. However, I'll try to do my best to summarize the information on here. Right here we have an update on our budget deficit detail. Now, this is included in an attachment, so if you need to open up attachment B, this is included there. So this is our budget deficit as of April 25th, and that's about $2.1 million. If you remember, our prior deficit that we cited was around 2.6. We've made some adjustments since then, namely capturing the anticipated savings from our voluntary separation incentive program, about $338,000, and then an anticipated $100,000 revenue impact from medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, that we can use to offset NAFCARE costs at the jail. And that's, along with some other slight adjustments, have brought us down to that $2.1, $2.2 million deficit number. And again, this detail is included on attachment B, but is in the same format as our prior budget deficit detail document. We can move on to our next slide. Now bear with me as I explain this slide a bit and this graph that we've put together. This is for general fund, our non-departmental revenue, or ND revenue, to our salary and benefit expenses, and employee count for general fund departments. So it's a dual axis graph with the dollar amounts listed on the left axis and the FTE counts, or the employee counts, on the right. Now this goes back through 17-18, so fiscal year 17-18, and maps out the revenue, maps out our expenses in the 1,000 series categories, along with the full-time employee count at the time. And I believe we used a pay period in June as the number for these to draw those correlations. Now, we had between 24-25 and 25-26, keep in mind those are projection numbers, because we can only estimate what we're going to have in 25-26. We went from 857 full-time employees in 24-25 to 874, so about a 1.9% increase between those 2 years in FTE count. The salary expenditures jump from 24-25 to 25-26, about 9.36%. You can see the orange line there as it jumps between those two fiscal years. Corresponds with a jump in FTE count as well, but you also see the revenue line staying fairly static, which we've known and we have reported on in prior budget discussions about that number staying relatively flat in spite of the increase in 1000 series expenditures. Now you'll also notice, of course, the number of employees from that 17-18 period at 903. It's fluctuated some, but has trended down that entire time while those salary expenses have gone up each year, in particular the last few. And of course, revenue projections are subject to change, not only in fiscal year 24-25, but also 25-26, based on updated projections and as actuals come in. Move on to our next slide. Here we have a follow-up from our Prop 172 allocations that we discussed at the last board meeting. And so, in summary, on April 22nd, staff was directed to come back with a percentage of the 172 allocations that included the 87,522, so to increase the percent accordingly within the Prop 172 funds. We've gone back and done that, and that has shifted. That's been in addition to the 5.46 that was the original percent amount. We've added in that 87,522 in there and ultimately end up with a 6.62% allocation of the Prop 172 funds to fire. And you can see here the percentage allocations, namely the district attorney there, that 7.89%, a result of taking the Prop 172 amount that we needed to adjust from their original number, which was about 10%. Okay. We'll move on to our next slide. Here we have a follow-up on the Measure AI conversation, which was the cannabis business tax from 2016. Measure AI being the business tax measure, and then the Measure AJ being the advisory measure, for clarification there. And this is a follow-up on the utilization and appropriation of those funds. So from the conversation we had on April 22nd, we have 49% of the budgeted cannabis tax revenue allocated or appropriated for our cannabis department. The majority of the funds, the 51%, we've split across these four categories. And if we'll recall, Measure AJ advised the expenditure of these funds to be in fire and medical services, cannabis regulation enforcement, mental health services, and repair of county roads. So we have here listed as the bullet points about 28,840 for mental health services for a realignment match that we're required to pay. 132,000 for fire and medical emergency services for ambulance contracts that we pay currently with Long Valley and Anderson Valley. $330,000 for cannabis regulation enforcement. Now those are based on projections from Sheriff's Office, Code Enforcement, and County Council based on hours that they spent in that category. And then 19,160 allocating to roads, but as a follow-up from the prior recommendation, using any of that excess cannabis business tax revenue to allocate to that road item, that road repair item. But currently, if we're going off of the $1 million projected, this is what we have as far as that distribution.
Supervisor Williams.
I think there are quite a few Phase 3 applicants in the pipeline, and there's some who are utilizing their second license, which I know has been controversial on the board, but the decision was to allow that. Is that incorporated into the financial forecast on the revenue side?
If I may, through the chair, I don't know exactly if that has been factored into the forecast, although I think we can have a conversation with the auditor's office and find out if that is, and if not, then bring the cannabis department in.
I think we should have the discussion and maybe update this. My understanding is that tax is applicable when the county allows cultivation, not necessarily when cultivation begins. So if we're approving a significant backlog of permits, I think that's revenue that we're likely to see in the next year. Can we ask County Council to clarify? That's enthusiastic.
Charlotte Scott County Council, I don't think I can answer your question.
Previously, the application of the tax was blocked on approving these permits, which was blocked in County Council's office, I think. It's no longer blocked, right? We're issuing the permits?
I think we should ask the department.
Okay.
There's nothing blocked in my office.
So, Chair, can we ask that when this comes back to us next time, that the updated forecast include revenue from licenses that are likely to be issued in the fiscal year?
Certainly, and I think that is happening, but certainly any kind of update.
You think that's in the $1 million?
Right. That's my understanding. Okay, but we'll have more detail on that in the future.
If we're amenable to moving on, we'll move to our next slide here. Now, this is a follow-up from our April 15th budget listening session that we held at Fort Bragg Veterans Hall. And there's an attachment A, which is a summary of the comments that were made during that listening session, but the highlights include conversations regarding animal services on the coast specifically, road repair, economic development, addressing county revenue, and of course discussions regarding the county budget, and then also supporting funding for fire agencies. Again, attachment A has a further summary of the specific comments that were made during that listening session. Moving on. As requested at the last board meeting on April 22nd, budget team was directed to bring back the Board of Supervisors budget for the 25-26 fiscal year. And I won't read out every single line, and I'm sure we can go over this in the question and comment section, but I will say that the total proposed budget for the Board of Supervisors is, for the 25-26 budget, currently at $1,035,000, $542, $889,000 of which is salaries and benefits, our 1,000 series, and $146,000 is in our 2,000 series or services and supplies category. And the specific line items that make up that amount are included on this slide.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes, I see one line item is for Granicus Legistar. Do we bill back the non-general fund departments for their share of that? I mean, you look at our agenda and most of the items are non-general fund.
If I may, through the chair. So that line item, we're intending to move out of the Board of Supervisors budget for 25-26 into a more appropriate place for the agenda software. And
I can live with that. Seems like we should do it now. The Infotech share of IT infrastructure, is that just an arbitrary calculation?
It is not. That number is based off the IT Internal Service Fund, which are to cover enterprise costs. So the IT department goes through and generates the department allocations based on existing IT infrastructure that includes software licensing, for example, for Office 365, use of our finance system, any of those enterprise level software, data center expenses, and then it's allocated proportionally to the departments based on factors that the IT department comes up with. So it's not a flexible number insofar as it's a portion of enterprise IT costs for the whole county. Okay. Moving on. Here we had some legislation that was brought to our attention that we thought important to bring to this board, and this is regarding Assembly Bill 1383. I will do my best to summarize this, although I know our retirement administrator, Doris, is here today, and she can speak more fully on this if there are questions. But this really, in summary, is a change to a potential proposed change to safety member retirement factors and calculations for PEPRA tier members, specifically members that were hired on or after January 1st, 2013, that would go into effect in January 1st, 2026 for any new safety members hired on or after that date, or the PEPRA tier members hired beyond that 2013 date. It changes number of factors. It proposes a change in age, so age 57 into a 55, and it changes the percentage factors as well as opens up or approves the ability for conversations between the employer and the employee during collective bargaining for the employee portion of their retirement. And this is currently working its way through now, so it's proposed. And then we'll move on to our next, and I believe this gets us to our budget recommendations. We had repeated here, although I believe it was accepted during the prior Q3 presentation, but we had it repeated here, of implementing a full hiring freeze and for the departments to work with the CEO and board to fill critical mandated positions. And then to approve the public health allocation of approximately $150,000 in 91 realignment to environmental health for fiscal year 25-26. That was a follow-up from the fee hearing discussion we had. I know there were some conversations regarding the use of realignment and whether or not we needed to bring back a follow-up fee hearing to address environmental health fees if the realignment dollars were not able to be utilized. And they can be. We're bringing it back to use approximately $150,000 of that, which I think avoids our need to follow up with an additional fee hearing to discuss. So we'll be working with the departments to go through the details of that and making sure that's taken care of in the budget. And then we have our next steps. So these will be also a repeat of what we had last time, but we're wanting to make sure that you are aware that we're continually working on these things. Potential use of Measure B and opioid settlement funds to offset the NAF care services at the county jail. Still more information needed, though active discussions have been taking place between the departments and the county executive office. Cost plan charges to special districts and grants. Again, more information is needed, and we need to have that conversation to continue that conversation with the Auditor Controller's office as to the next steps for that. And then finally, bringing back that updated facility maintenance policy and the analysis on the deferred maintenance costs with cost escalation factors. Now that references those hidden costs that we talked about earlier, and making sure that we have that as part of our captured in our next steps, and that we're making that number visible and make everyone aware of what we're contending with. And lastly, our schedule for the upcoming month or so. June 3rd and 4th are our final budget hearings. And then June 22nd, our budget adoption, June 24th, our final budget adoption date. So we're getting down to the final few meetings here. And with that, I think we can open up to questions or comments on our budget workshop for fiscal year 25-26.
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. Thank you to the team for the additional information that was included with the budget presentation. I appreciate having some more of the background information. When I first started on this board, we had 3 ambulance services that were receiving funds from the county, each of $66,000. That was Long Valley, Covelo, and Anderson Valley. In the few years that I've been on the board, Covelo has fallen off for some reason. I think due to lack of staffing at their part. They now do have a chief, and so I would like to see that $66,000 included back in the budget. And moving forward, this amount is a reduced amount. The reduction ends in 2026 unless for some reason the board votes to not have the cannabis tax fully implemented. This is at 60%. So those funds will be increased. So my question for staff is the intention to use this fiscal year and then track it as a percentage like we did with the Prop 172 and not as a dollar amount? Or are we hoping to track it as a dollar amount and then just add the additional tax to roads? And then related to the item for the amount of full-time staff that we've had. I mean, just today on the consent calendar, we reduced our salary or our budgeted positions substantially, a couple hundred, 300 or something like that. We also approved salary changes and position changes. And so I just want to keep reiterating, whether you call it a slush, whether you call it a full hiring freeze, it's not. It's strategic staffing to meet our budget. And I think it's confusing to the public, the way that we're framing it. And I may be the only supervisor that's concerned about that. But the fact that it hasn't changed in the presentation since the last time I spoke about it leads me to believe that we're not going to change that language. And I personally think it disrupts the staff that we have. It disrupts the community. And I don't prefer it. I think we're trying to be smart about our budget, and that's perfectly fine. But what we're not doing is having a full, hard hiring freeze.
Hey, well, I'd like to go right now, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Williams? Okay, looking at the supervisor budget, and I know that these are small numbers in comparison to the overall big picture, but you know, we're asking each department to cut their budgets, and so this is our opportunity to have this discussion about what our budget for the Board of Supervisors looks like. And you know, when we got the presentation from I think in the April 8th meeting, it said if we were going to not use one-time only money, we'd have to cut the 2000 series by 50% or the 1000 series by 25%, something like that. And it was a little less if we were going to use one-time only money. So it was about 15% for maybe the 1000 series, which is the salaries and benefits, and higher than that for the 2000 series. Well, I've got a proposal here, and I'll just go through this, the Board of Supervisors budget. You know, with the salary increases that Supervisor Williams and I voted against in July or whenever that was, that I said that I couldn't vote for it because we didn't have a balanced budget. Well, we don't have a balanced budget, so I'd like to rescind that salary increase. So that would be $35,532. The management training funds, sounds like we can eliminate that. That would be $7,500. Telecommunications allowance, we can eliminate that, $8,190. Education and training, it's $3,500 right now. We could eliminate that. Even though these are important, but we got to look. You know, there's going to be hurt all around the county, and we need to, you know, go forward with plans. Transportation in county, it's at $1,500. Eliminate it. Travel out of county, it's at $8,250. My proposal would be take half of that and only fund people who are representatives of the board that go to the RCRC or CSAC for this coming year. And so if we did all of those cuts, we would save $60,347, which is from the total budget of $1,035,000, it's 6%. And it's, but certainly, you know, we can't, you know, cut positions in the Board of Supervisors. So anyway, that's an attempt to do our share of cuts. And I'll leave that. And one other cut that we've talked about in the past, and I know it's small, but you know, the Macs get $2,400 each budgeted, and I think Wallala gets something like $5,000. If we could just across the board reduce those to $1,000, I know that some Macs don't even use that money. Other Macs are trying to figure it out. I think the honest budget would be $1,000 for each one. That would save around $7,000, $8,000. Okay. And with that, I'll pass it off to Supervisor Williams.
All right. I have 5 items. One, I don't think we should talk about decreasing the funds for the max because they're going to fill this room, and we've been through this before. I think they serve an important purpose in the community. People value, the communities that have the MAC value it, and if they don't spend it, that's great. There's money left in the pot, but if they do spend it, I don't want to cripple them. This is for making agendas and posting. It's teleconferencing. I don't think it's the best place to cut, and it's pennies. Walla MAC comes up as receiving a higher allocation. I think it was the first MAC created in the county. As I understand, there's also a fee associated with the CDP review as a revenue source. So if we want to look at why it's receiving more, we should also look at the revenue that it brings in, that it's self-supporting. I don't know if it's balancing out that $2,500 difference, but that was the theory when it was created some 30 years ago. Board of Supervisors costs, John, I can support you on all of those. I mean, and if you don't like John's proposal, you really wouldn't like mine. I would shred a lot of these other categories. So you have willingness from a second supervisor to cut the Board of Supervisors agenda. Covelo, I appreciate Supervisor Mulhern bringing that up. I think Covelo needs more support, not less. And you can say, you know, you're giving more money to a corner of the county and it's not equitable, but the ambulance system is countywide. And if you don't have an ambulance in Covelo, it means you're taking a resource from Willits, Ukiah, somewhere else. You're crippling the overall system. And the reality of that is you're going to have people suffering, and you may have additional fatalities as a result of not having the care. So it doesn't matter if it's equitable or is everybody paying in equally. Care about saving lives countywide. Defunding that service is a mistake. And I think we should be asking why they haven't taken the funding in previous years, and do they need help with the process so that they can best utilize those dollars. And then terminology on the hiring freeze. I think Supervisor Mulhern is right. We need to do a find replace. What we're talking about is having a strategic plan for position allocation, rather than just an organic free-for-all of who happens to apply next and who happens to retire next. We're thinking about we have finite funding. What are the positions that we need? And we're planning that. That's different than a hard hiring freeze. Was that 5? No, that was 4. Slide 10. Can we go back to slide 10? Or forward to slide 10? Yeah, potential use of Measure B, ... jail. The Measure B had a statement in favor written by former Sheriff Tom Allman, which I think arguably is the legislative intent, and it called for the funds to provide care outside of jail. And my read of that is voters were enacting a special tax for a specific purpose of providing mental health services, treatment services, not in jail. Is there any way to shift funds? I'm not asking for the county to spend more dollars it doesn't have, but is there a way to do the accounting where we're not applying Measure B to the jail?
If I may, through the chair, it's not for the jail. It would be for services that are provided in the jail, medical services and treatment. So these would be for some of the programs. NAF Care is our medical provider. So we're working with NAF Care to understand the types and kinds of treatment, because some is physical treatment, some of it could be medical, and some could be SUDT type.
My understanding of what voters passed is those funds would not be used to provide these types of services in the jail.
We can take a closer look at it, sure.
Right. The issue of the Covelo ambulance system has...
Sorry, if I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. Going back to the Board of Supervisors budget, I just want to clarify that increase in salaries beginning 7/1/25 is the second half of the step up. It was a split over 2 years, so it would just be the second half, the 50% of what the salary increase was. Because 50% went into effect on 7/1/24, and then the remaining 50% goes into effect on 7/1/25. So it's just the 50%.
Oh, so if we went back to the 7/1/24, then we reap another 35,000.
Yes. If you rescind what was originally enacted, it would be double that amount.
Right. Well, that would be the proposal then. All right with that, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, you have my support. I mean, I would set salary at median, whether you calculate it as countywide or county government.
You know, the Covelo situation, I wonder if the CEO could add some light to what's going on up there. We had a meeting the other week for, you know, kind of the crisis that the fire department and the ambulance service finds itself, and I appreciate the CEO, the sheriff, Jen Banks from LIMSA, you know, Ukiah Valley was there, CAL FIRE was there, and Covelo board, fire department board was there. So there's all the people, a lot of people who could make decisions, and it was a good start. You know, they say now that after we brought some of the issues of staffing to light, that there are now 16 people signed up to take the EMT training. And so that's certainly a start in the right direction. But there's also some questions about finances and, you know, billing and all those kind of issues. So I wonder if the CEO could add anything to that.
Certainly, I'll try, and I'm going to ask Jen Banks to come up while I talk. Yeah, so we had that town hall, and we learned a few things about where the department is. I believe they have hired a chief for their volunteer fire department, so they are paying a chief now. So perhaps that'll add some stability to ongoing operations. There was a question about their billing. I believe we're through the LEMSA working with them to understand their billing and ensure that they're billing for the rates that they can get recouped for the services that they're performing. I would say the county is also paid through the various funding streams over $700,000 to Covelo since 2017 for various things. One of those things was $129,000 for a new ambulance, and I believe that was back in 2019. Jen has the history on the 66K. I wasn't here at the time, so thank you, Jen Banks.
Members of the board, I can just give a quick historical perspective of the ALS enhancement funding in Mendocino County. I'm not 100% exact on my dates, but I tried collecting as much information within 24 hours as I could, and this is going back over a decade. But on June 3rd, 2014, the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors did approve a request for funding to help support our rural EMS providers. At that time, I don't believe the funding amount was allocated at $66,000. I actually think it was closer to about $33,000 for that initial year. And the recipients, after going through an intent to participate process with our agency providers and the county in 2014, were Laytonville Fire, Anderson Valley Fire, and Covelo. Covelo Fire was a recipient of those ALS enhancement dollars from about 2014 until 2018. In 2018, Covelo did not submit their renewal for intent to participate, and I can't speak to those reasons at that time, and they were withdrawn from the program, therefore transferring a higher dollar amount of funds available to Laytonville Fire and Anderson Valley Fire Department. Those funds in 2014 were intended to be one-time funds to support an emergently identified need for those rural transport agencies. I think it's also important just to kind of speak to historical kind of improvements in our BLS scope of work in the state of California. So for those that aren't familiar with EMS services, we have advanced life support care and we have basic life support care. Basic life support care is our BLS response, which is an EMT level that supports you when you call 911 and need help. Advanced life support care is paramedic level care. Since 2014, since these funds for advanced ALS support was provided to these rural parts of the county, We did, the state of California did expand the EMT scope, the BLS scope at the state level, which in 2017, 2018 allowed our EMTs to administer Narcan to patients, administer epinephrine via epi-autoinjectors, and administer aspirin, the use of glucometers to determine blood glucose levels, and the permissions to put patients on CPAP devices when in respiratory compromise. So those were all really great enhancements to the BLS scope that really supports rural EMT BLS response going forward. A few more initiatives that we're working on just to continue to improve BLS scope in these rural pockets of the county. Last year in 2024, the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association, in partnership with our local Emergency Medical Care Council, in partnership with the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association and the Sonoma County EMCC, wrote a letter to the EMS authority at the state of California to support additional scope to approve administration of albuterol and administration of glucagon to patients. So we're really doing what we can to work with the state to build a more robust scope for BLS care within Mendocino County at the state level. I can keep going, but I'll pause for questions.
Chair, if I may, and perhaps why Jen is still up here, we can talk about the takeaways that we did during that town hall as the sheriff was there with us. So it was the sheriff, myself, OES, Jen, and Supervisor Hashak leading this town hall discussion. So the EMT instructor from the Mendocino College, Teresa Gowan, has agreed to put on a class this summer for EMTs in Covelo. And I believe that starts June 9th, and it's 8 weeks long. And there's been a commitment from the community to do the outreach and sign folks up. And that was going to be announcements through the radio. They were going to be doing an open house coming on Mother's Day, and I believe they just had Earth Day. And Supervisor Hashak may have some updates on the signups, but we needed 10 people to sign up for that class to go forward. While we were at the meeting, we discussed possible annexation for their fires so that they could reach a larger base and have a tax assessment as needed. We also talked about the finances, and Supervisor Hashak agreed to work with the fire board to see what he could do to support them in understanding their finances or getting them back on the right track if needed. I talked about those two things. The sheriff had agreed to reach out to the clinic to see about any way that the clinic staff could help support, perhaps during days, regular clinic days and same types of things like that. As far as the billing, I think the LIMSA talked about a super rule rate, which is something that maybe Covelo may be able to apply for. But I would look to Supervisor Hashak and Jen to add any additional comments.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think the meeting was, it was a good initial discussion, including the community of Covelo and of course all of the county staff that went and supported this discussion and efforts going forward. I guess one important disclosure I'd like to make in front of the board today, the ALS enhancement funding, as I previously just explained, was originally intended to support ALS services in rural pockets of Mendocino County. I think with our improved scope of work for EMTs, I think we need to take a step back and not look at it as ALS enhancement funding going forward, but maybe rural EMS funding going forward to really help bolster a BLS response program in these rural communities that can continue to transport patients. Because as Supervisor Hashak previously stated, or possibly Supervisor Williams, when we don't have an ambulance in Covelo, it pulls down from our entire system, and it takes, as we all know, a sufficient amount of time to get to Covelo. So we feel those impacts. If Covelo doesn't have a ground transport unit available to respond to those 911 calls, the trickle effect happens from the 101 corridor as we have to send those primary resources out to that community, which leaves a significant staffing gap in our county. I do think I have to Going forward, this was over 11 years ago that we started assessing the needs for all of these departments. It's been a long time. My recommendation to the county and to the board would be to suggest an audit of Laytonville Fire, Anderson Valley Fire, and Covelo Fire Department, and really assess what their budgets look like today and how the county, if they can, how they can support a funding mechanism going forward. 11 years ago, budgets look very different, as we all know, than they do present day. And I know that we only have about 4 weeks until your next scheduled budget hearing, but just to have a better viewpoint of what budgets look like, since then the fire departments have received the TOT funds, they have the proposition funds and tax initiative money coming in to support them. So with these new funding mechanisms that weren't available 11 years ago, what do their agency budgets look like, and where is the gap today? I don't want to stand in front of the board and say $66,000 is going to fix these problems, because I don't know. I haven't seen the budgets. So I think if we could quickly do some budget assessments with the agencies requesting continued funding, it might give us a better sense of what funding needs to be provided.
Yeah, thank you for that. And certainly, it's in everyone's best interest to keep the ambulance running smoothly, because it would be, if Covelo doesn't have it, then it's a drag on the whole inland area and the county. Some of the staffing issues we talked about, we are working on this plan. Hopefully those 16 people that signed up will attend the EMT classes this summer that are offered in Covelo. With the funding, there's lots of different issues with that funding, and I would, I appreciate those comments about let's look at what the real needs are, because when I've talked to the chair of the fire department board up in Covelo, it sounds like, and to the chief, we had a discussion yesterday about what the real needs of the department are, and it sounds like updating some of the services and the fees for services and all of those things are part of the solution to the problem. And if it is a tax assessment, I told the board that I would be willing to help them through that process, and I know you would too, Jen. So it is a big picture that we need to look at. But in the meantime, we're also looking at collaborations with other entities like Ukiah Valley or MedStar, and trying to see if those entities can help the Covelo situation. So it's a complicated issue. We can't have failure there, and it's what's the best way to make sure that it survives, right, and thrives, because that's what the people deserve, and that's what the county is, kind of the obligation of the county is too. Supervisor Williams.
Yes, I support everything that's been said here today. I appreciate Jen Banks showing up on short notice. And the audit to look at what's actually required to turn the situation around is important. But I think today we should give some direction that we don't want to limit funds to Covelo. We know something is needed. It's a placeholder. It's an approximation. We know the answer is not zero. And I think there's a sense that more revenue is available through various taxes the voters have passed, allocation of 172 by the county. Fire should be in better shape now than it has been. But you have to compare that. Just like the county revenue might be up, and in real terms we have less buying power, fire districts have an aging population, right? There's about 500 people volunteering, working for free throughout the county. A lot of EMTs are working for free. And they're going to age out. You don't have people coming in behind because you don't have you don't have economic activity in a lot of these communities. So even if people live there and they're young enough to volunteer during the workday, they're probably not in the community to respond. And you have state regulation creeping up every year, more and more requirements. So I think the fire districts are in a very difficult position, even with the additional funds. So the answer is all of the above. We need to push the increased assessments. The county needs to continue contributing. We need to be a stronger advocate at a state level. That this is a disadvantaged community. 48% of our county is on public assistance. So my last comment, John, is I think there's money in the, is it Rural Schools Fund? I don't know the name of Deputy Rakes.
The rural schools.
Rural
Yeah,
schools.
there is.
Can that be used to cover the EMT expenses, the educational expenses in these disadvantaged communities like Covelo?
Sure, if I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. I believe it could, but we need to bring back that item in total. It has to be a public hearing.
Yeah.
Yep.
My hope was maybe we could give direction to look at that as one more Band-Aid.
Yeah, and I appreciate those comments, and I could look at that, and we could also look at one-time only money until we do these audits to see what the real needs are.
Yep.
And so we say, hey, this is kind of like bridging the gap, so we use those one-time only monies for such a purpose. If need be, we'll see what the options are with rural schools monies.
So John, this is your district, but I'm here to support you if you want to give us some ideas about what you want directed today.
Well, I think that the two issues we've identified, one-time only money or the safe rural schools, is we can look at those two possibilities. But the idea is to fund that extra $66,000 for the Covelo as kind of a gap, and do these audits in the, for next year to make sure that, we're doing all those things that we've talked about. Right? Any further discussion on that? Supervisor Mulherin.
Just a clarifying question. Are you proposing then that the Measure AI allocations that have been presented to the board would remain the same and Covelo would receive $66,000 out of one-time funds? And you're assuming that the other two agencies would continue to also receive $66,000 but from AI?
Yeah, for the time being, right? And then we'll do these audits and we'll see what the actual needs are. Next year we can revisit the whole thing. If that's acceptable.
I don't know. I'm not sure that I accept that.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I can support that today as with the understanding that this is going to be one time in nature with a reassessment for next year.
Supervisor Williams.
When is the next MSR, and is it possible to incorporate that into this process? LAFCO?
Sure.
Supervisor Mulherin.
I'm the chair of LAFCO, and currently we are undergoing studies for all of the fire departments. That's in our work plan for the upcoming year. So those reports will begin to come forward to the LAFCO board as the year proceeds.
Okay. So it's like looking at staff, do you have a understanding of what we've talked about? And I think that we have a majority of the board giving that direction.
If I may, through the chair, I just have one question. What is the direction on doing the audits? Who's responsible for leading that? Is that working with the executive office, or is it working with the agencies, the auditor's office? Just need clarification on who is going to be working.
Well, my understanding of the normal process is that the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector works with different special districts, right? To make sure that those are done.
Auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, Shamise Kevison. I'm not clear. Are you asking for fiscal audits, or are you asking for service, what assessment on what they need going forward? A fiscal audit is only going to audit their previous transactions. And if I understand correctly, we're talking about Long Valley, Covelo, and Anderson Valley, and they are relatively current. One of them is totally current, and the other two are only one audit behind. So I'm not quite sure what exactly you're asking with regard to audit, or if you're looking for an evaluation of their services and their needs in order to support those services.
Yeah, Jen Banks.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think my comment is to reflect that all three fire departments have received funding that was not readily available 11 years ago when this board approved that initial one-time funding in 2014. So however we can gain perspective on what the current fire department budgets are, how the tax initiatives that are coming into those departments are possibly improving their budget, and what the gap is for their EMS program to be supported if dollars are still needed by the county. So that is sort of looking at the budget as it is today, and then looking forward on needs.
Okay, is that clear for staff?
Chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. It's clear on what is needed. It's just, I'm not entirely sure which department is working on it.
I'm thinking it'll have to be the LEMSA and OES that works through it, which, sorry, Sarah. So I think we can work with the fire departments and the LEMSA to understand the needs in the future and where they're at financially today. And it's going to take a while, right? This isn't going to, be a 6-week project. So with everything else that we have on. So as long as we understand it's going to be 3 or 4 months to be able to get the data and the information that we need from the districts. If you're asking for all 3 districts, or are we just asking to start with Covelo and then move to the others?
Well, I think that Jen Banks was saying that all 3 should have the same analysis or audit to see what the needs are.
Yeah, and Jen, I don't know your capacity on that, so we'll have to.
Yeah, I think we can definitely work with our recipients of the funding and determine a timeline and come back and request a presentation date with the board to go over what the budgets look like and what the budget gaps are present day, working with OES, of course.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't think we need a fiscal audit. I don't think we're asking the auditor controller to do any work. And I don't think this should fall in the executive office. I think this is the LEMSA, the county supervisor, or whichever district has the concern, and the fire district. The fire district will have the information about how many calls and their financial needs. County doesn't have any of that. It doesn't make sense for us to, executive office, to take on that project.
We get to do the LEMSA.
Yeah, LEMSA. John, is there a way for us to get to 4? Is there a compromise that would work for Supervisor Mulhern? Do you have a better idea that I can support?
I don't have a better idea than the first one that I had, which is to include all 3 in the AI funds, and certainly open to hearing more about how the services are working, how much money's received. I'm happy to hear all of that. I just, when I first started on this board, for the last 5 years, we've had this conversation about the $66,000 to all 3 districts. Covelo has not received that money. Now that they have a fire chief, I want to support them. And I understand that that may change next year, and I'm fine with that. But for 25, 26, I want to be prepared that they have $66,000 in the same way that the other ambulance companies do. I don't want it to be confused with, oh, don't worry, they're going to get it from one-time funds. I really want it to be consistent with what is already happening with the other 2 ambulances.
So could we all agree to that?
Well, I guess the problem for me is that looking at the overall budget picture, we're adding 66,000 more to the general fund cost. What I'm trying to do is say, hey, we're going to analyze this. We're going to look at the financial picture. We're going to see what needs to be done to be updated and all of that. And we're going to use one-time only money in the meantime, because I don't want to add more to our general fund problem.
So, but I think what Supervisor Mulhern is pointing out is this is not a one-time expense. The board's intention is to continue supporting. We know the performance audit or the needs assessment will highlight at what level we need to support, but we know it'll probably be what it is today or more. So if we know it's an ongoing expense, why are we using one-time funds? And I mean, my position is I want it funded this year, and I'll support whatever path is going to get us there. But I think Supervisor Mulhern is looking at the big picture. This is an ongoing expense. Why aren't we treating it as one? We don't want the board next year to have the same conversation. What do we do in Covelo? We gave it one-time funds, and now we're back at the decision point. maybe we should just include it as an ongoing and find some other way to balance the budget.
I just was gonna ask you what you want to cut, so be prepared. Because you're gonna add 66. Where do you want me to get it?
Supervisor Haschek earlier identified $80,000 of cuts from Board of Supervisors category. That more than covers the 66.
I need y'all four to agree to that. So. I think we can keep it there, and then as we go through, we know we still need 66K, and you're gonna have to tell us where to cut it from. Right, because we already made the cuts to the AI, and we showed you how that money was happening, and possibly you had 19,000 left to put to roads. You want to cut roads?
You're not asking me, obviously.
Well,
no, the public wants road, and the public wants emergency response, right? I mean, there was a study years ago about it. Is it the outcome CHP transporting versus the ambulance? And at the time, CHP transporting was better, not because the ambulance isn't the better tool, but because time matters. So the idea of not having service in an area of the county over $66,000, you're gonna have somebody die. And that'll be a problem next year. And I think that Supervisor Mulhern is looking ahead. This is an ongoing need. We should budget it as one.
I don't disagree with you one bit. I just know we had people here earlier talking about the urgency and the emergency needs of their roads, right? And we heard that the Fort Bragg Town Hall as well. And again, I'm not trying to be difficult here. I'm just out of money.
If anybody's difficult, it's me.
Thank you.
Let's be realistic here.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
So, as far as I know, and I've been on the board, this is my 5th year, this is the first time we've had a serious conversation about how AI funds get split up. And I'm glad that we're having the conversation so that as we move forward, our team members can be prepared to have budget conversations where there's a plan moving forward. So if this is our first year of our plan, my suggestion is that we include all 3 ambulance services. If you simply cut the $330,000 that's already coming out of the general fund for enforcement related activities by $66,000, then whatever. We're still in the same boat with the reduced amounts that we have available. We're already trying to figure out where we get $2.3 million. My conversation that I'm trying to have with the board is that moving forward, I think that the way that we determine the AI funds are split up should also include Covelo as an ambulance service. That's where I'm trying to get. And where we come up with the other funds about how we reduce costs, we pay Shaw Yoder $42,000 a year. Can you tell me the last time that you saw one of their reports? Thank you, Supervisor Klein. I appreciate that, but I'm saying we spend a lot of money on a lot of things. And if we have to find $66,000 somewhere else, then okay. But I think that this is really important moving forward to set a precedent. And that's just where I'm going to land.
Okay. I could go for that if we do the audits and we really look at where we are with those fire departments and that need, what the needs actually are. Because we have identified some areas that could be revenue enhancers for areas such as the Covelo Fire Department. So we need to really push on those because, what's going on right now isn't working. And so we need to figure out the way forward. So we go with that, but in the big picture of our budget, like the CEO says, we're still $3 million off. And it's going to come down to one-time only money. Supervisor Williams has said that he wouldn't vote for a budget that had one-time only money. So if it comes, I think that the CEO is kind of asking, okay, if you're going to add 66,000 or 3 million or $1 million for roads or whatever it is, where's that money coming from? And so Supervisor Williams, we could continue on with this kind of, we'll add the 66 to the AI, but it ultimately it's going to have some one-time only money to balance this budget. And you're going to vote no. Or you've said
Well,
you vote no.
We shouldn't use one-time funds for ongoing expenses. And that's exactly what we're proposing here, is using one-time money for an ongoing need. And so there's no difference between saying let's use one-time money for Covelo versus include it, and then we have to use one-time money for the overall budget because we're short. It's just, right, in the abstract, it's the same.
Right.
I don't think that's a good practice. I think the state told us stop doing that. Don't use your carry forward. The CEO is shaking her head. It's not an appropriate way for a county to budget. And so what we're dealing with is you have 1,500 employees in the county that probably can't sustain. And I know everybody's essential, and there's mandates, and we need that many people to get the job done. But we're at the breaking point. The county government can't sustain the infrastructure and the footprint and the staffing what we have. And the fallout is we're talking about not having a life-saving service for $66,000 ongoing in a part of the county. And then that's going to affect all of our districts, right? I mean, it may affect my district. When the ambulance doesn't come because it's gone to Ukiah, because Ukiah has gone to Covelo, it's trickling across the whole county. I don't think that people support saving $66,000 to give up that service. So I think Supervisor Mulhern is right. It's an ongoing expense. We should include it as one and then figure out how to balance the budget at another discussion.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there's support for this 66,000. Just a question of whether it's one time only or ongoing. But we can use the ongoing AI money, but we need to do these audits to move it forward. Okay, do we have agreement on that?
Yes.
Supervisor Klein?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Through the chair.
Ms. Covison.
Shamice Covison, Auditor Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Could you please refer to them as ALS review something and not keep referring to them as audits? Because I don't want that to give the public nor other departments the wrong impression. Thank you.
Yes, I'd prefer we use analysis or assessment.
Yeah. Okay. Is that understandable to LIMSA representative?
Yes, we can work with the OES department and conduct an assessment of EMS enhancement funding for Mendocino County. How does that sound?
Very good.
Okay.
All right. So does staff have what they need?
If I may, through the chair, I believe we have what we need.
Okay.
We're just missing, $3 million, but we understand your direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correction.
Okay.
Fair.
And then there is also this legislation. So thank you.
Thank you.
There is also the legislation on Assembly Bill 1383, which was the Public Safety Retirement PEPRA Enhancement. So is there any comment from the board on this? I mean, I think staff is looking for whether we should choose a position on this bill since it's going through the legislature right now. Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, does the CEO have a recommendation on the position to take?
I'm going to follow the direction of Doris Rensler, if Doris will come up.
Doris Rensler, I'm the Executive Director for the Mendocino County Employees Retirement Association. And first, the Retirement Association does not take a position on this bill. It is up to the state legislature and the Board of Supervisors and employers to define the benefits formulas that they want to provide to their employees. The retirement system simply administers those directions from the Board of Supervisors and from the legislature. There are a couple of items specific in AB 1383 that will impact the county, though. One of them is the Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2013 set a cap on the maximum amount of compensation that can be considered for compensation in calculating a defined benefit pension plan. That cap is adjusted annually. This this bill that is in the state legislature will actually modify the way that cap is calculated and make a larger amount of salary subject to pension contributions and includable in the calculation of pension benefits. Additionally, this bill would require, if enacted, this board to adopt new benefit formulas for safety members hired on or after January 1st of 2026. They have 3 new formulas in the proposed legislation, in addition to selecting a formula for those hired on or after January 1, 2026. This board would also be required to adopt a new formula for existing safety members who were hired in a pepper tier, which is on 1/1 of 2013 through the end of 25, for a new formula that would be effective again on January 1, 2026. So there are impacts to this. The Sacramento system is having an actuarial study to see how it will affect them. They have offered to share that study with other retirement systems and counties if other counties want to chip in on the cost of it. They were referring to roughly $1,000 to $2,000 per entity chipping in on the cost. That information, while more specific to Sacramento, might give an idea of how that these proposed changes would impact other counties and other county retirement systems, though. So there is several components that would have a direct impact that this board would be required to act on if enacted.
Okay. Supervisor Klein, are you okay? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't have a position, but I don't think we should spend much time on this because there's one assembly vote from Santa Rosa to the Oregon border across 7 counties. Los Angeles has got 27 of them. This will be decided by LA, and we're going to live with whatever the outcome is. So we can take a position, but does it have any weight?
Well, that's true with all the legislative process. So
yeah.
So my feeling is that safety members are already on a different scale than the rest of employees or retirees, and that this enhancement, with our unfunded liability, we have to take that into consideration. And so I'm very, I'm opposed to this bill because I think that we need to be fiscally responsible. So I would recommend a opposition letter.
If I may, through the chair, and for awareness, there was a letter of opposition that was written by CSAC, RCRC, and a few other organizations as well, I believe, on April 17th to this assembly bill.
Right. Okay. Can we agree to that? Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'd look to CEO Antle. Have we heard anything from Shaw Yoder in Sacramento, and have they advised the county on any recommendations?
I haven't seen it from them.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I understand why you oppose it, but I wonder if we should ask our labor how they feel about it, taking a position that affects our employees.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I would propose that we not take action at this point and allow for some consultation with stakeholders.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doris.
We can do that. All right, so we won't take action on that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll track it and do some more investigation and understand a little clearer next time and see what the other Shaw and Yoder's recommending as well.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for bringing it forward because I do feel it's important for having those updates, especially in the context of our budget.
Okay, so we have this budget, we have these recommendations that will be brought back in June, but we're still $3 million off. And so I just want to bring it to the board's attention. If you have, because in my conversations with staff, they're at a loss of ideas at this point. And so if we think that we're going to get to a balanced budget without using one-time only money at this point, bring those ideas forward. Okay? And let's hear them. Let's have that discussion. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I don't think there's enough information for this board to analyze. I don't really think the budget team or the CEO has enough information. When you look at what's flowing from the departments, it's the line items, categories with how much. It's not logical units. There isn't a way for this board to look and say, hey, we can only afford 11 projects and there's 13, let's cut 2. There isn't that logical grouping. So I could say, reduce the small tools category. I have no impact how that'll cascade across departments. You're going to have projects that are partially done because they're missing some pliers, right? That sort of information, I don't think the budget team has it. You shared what you have. You're doing an incredible job with the wrong information. And that's a structural problem the county needs to fix. You're not fixing it this fiscal cycle. So Chair, I think it's a great idea. Ask the supervisors, what do you think we should cut? But when you look at the information that we're given, there isn't a way to do it in a meaningful manner. What do you want us to do with the idea of proposing cuts?
Well, you had said a few meetings ago that you just give you the line items and that you could...
Exactly, and that prompted that they gave us what they had, and I realized no wonder the budget team has a difficult task. I don't think anybody can, it's a flat list. It should be a nested structure. You expect a tree, right? Subcomponents of a project. For example, the Willits roofing project, right? There's some staff time, there's outside contractors, there's the RFP, county council will probably ask a question and that'll be a few hours of labor. That should be grouped together, but I don't think what they're working with is grouped in a meaningful way. So if you want, I can go through and just reduce, 100,000 here and there and get to a balanced budget. What will the consequence be? I have no idea. I don't think the CEO knows. I don't think the CEO can know. So we have a process problem here, and we're now suffering. We don't know how to close the budget gap. We have to because it's a legal requirement. My guess is with what we have today, we probably have, in effect, a balanced budget at the end of the year. We're not going to spend all of that. We don't know how we're not going to spend it, and so that's the task, is identifying, are there projects or positions we're just not going to get to within the course of the fiscal year?
Let's turn to the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector.
If I may, through the chair, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Shamice Kebison. While this may not be a very popular idea, I would suggest and recommend that the Board of Supervisors ask the Community Corrections Partnership to reevaluate their budget for 24-25 and 25-26. It is my understanding that there are other opportunities for covering costs that were anticipated to be covered by AB 109. The one area that I have had a discussion with the sheriff on, and he agrees, is that there is opportunity for additional reimbursement of the general fund for parole holds in the jail. While I have not evaluated any other category of allowable expenses to that type of funding, I am aware that there is at a minimum a few $100,000 to possibly $1 million available if you reevaluate the 2 years' budgets. Unfortunately, the sheriff is not available to attend today, but he assured me that I could let you know that we have discussed it and he supports that idea. I would encourage you to ask the CCP to consider whether there are any other areas that might be available and allowable under those expenditures. While I personally completely support the idea of assisting so that there are programs in the community to reduce recidivism, I think we also need to be careful, consider those costs that the county general fund bears that were intended uses of the AB 109 funds. I also, in my professional opinion, while I think it is honorable to have a contingency fund in that program, I do not think it looks good to the state and other members of the public when that funding was intended to take the burden off of the county general fund for dealing with those paroles. So I would strongly recommend, while it may be a difficult discussion, that the CCP is asked to reevaluate those opportunities for 24-25 and 25-26.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm just curious, how, rounded to 100,000, how much do you think we should reallocate from contingency or ask to have reallocated?
I'm speaking to the fact that they ought to reevaluate whether or not they would amend their budget for the 24-25 and 25-26. It is my understanding that in each year there is probably between a couple 100,000 to more than 500,000 of available potential claimable costs. Whether the CCP is willing to recommend the use of the contingency for that or not, I cannot say, but I can tell you that from eligible costs that the general fund is paying, from what I understand, those funds can and should be used for, it is not being used for on a regular basis. They are funding a small portion of those parole holds, but they are not funding the entire cost to the general fund.
Supervisor Williams?
Can any of our forfeiture accounts be used for expenses that are hitting the general fund this year? I know they're for specific purpose, but is there some overlap this year? And I don't know who this is for. What maybe a good starting question is, what is the account balance today in the aggregate?
If I may, I think Ms. Cubison has the CCP presentation, and is there contingency at 4 million?
So I just want to be clear, we're talking about two different
I'm also wondering, in addition, the forfeiture accounts.
Okay. Well,
is there a sizable holding there, and can we use it this year?
All right, let's finish CCP. You have, is it 4
So
million?
according to the presentation, there is, I think, planned 4.2 million in contingency for 25-26.
And what would you see as a contingency amount that would be kind of acceptable to the state as a percentage, or like $1 million?
I think, unfortunately, that every county handles it a little bit differently. Some counties intend and endeavor to use all of their CCP funds each year and not have it be an ongoing, and I don't know whether there's an intent, some big project. I did not hear mention of some big plan, other than they do want to have programs within the community to address some of those needs. It appears, though, that probably every year, even as the budget is built right now, there are some claims that don't come forward, and so I don't believe they actually use all of the budget. For instance, there was the particular discussion about the sober living environment. And so, for instance, if that hasn't been available the last few years, that's already $130,000 in the budget for each one of those years that isn't being used. And so I'm not sure if they've been asked to, or whether they, as a matter of practice, reallocate those funds to cover overages of other claims, of other eligible claimed amounts. And so I can't answer to what the contingency should be, because, like I said, some counties endeavor to use it all, and some counties have to use it all because obviously their impacts from AB 109 are greater than what the funding source is. So there's kind of a school of thought, which one is Mendocino County going to employ? The general fund covers more of those impacts so that we can then have funds available for programs, or whether we use that money to cover the impacts to the county general fund and have to find one-time money for programs. So I'm not sure. I can't recommend one of those or the other, but there are different approaches. And so I'm just recommending that there are known costs that are eligible, and if the contingency is for when there are particularly challenging times, I think we believe that this is a particularly challenging time. And so maybe we should consider that we need to access some of those funds. Obviously, the budgets are approved on a year-by-year basis with potentially different boards, so it's not a permanent decision. I am just suggesting, for the current situation that the county is in, we at least consider whether or not there are other needs that should be allocated to those potential funds, because I do believe that the general fund is carrying the costs of those impacts.
Yeah, in my discussions with the sheriff as well, He's estimating, and I'm sorry he's not here today, and I don't know if Ms. Cubison had any dollar amounts in mind, but he mentioned roughly $750,000 to offset the parole holes to me. I don't have that in writing. Those are just some conversations that we had. So if this board would like to direct that to go back to CCP for their budget to review, we'll certainly help carry that forward.
Yeah, I totally appreciate you bringing this forward, and can the board agree to that?
Yes.
Yeah. My understanding with the CCP budget was that there was a lot of variation in the funding levels, and so that's why they were carrying the contingency funds at that level. But
I can appreciate that for their concern for perhaps building a dependence, as there are positions that they do cover. But at this particular time, I believe there is more than sufficient contingency. And as I said, there are many counties. Some counties have found themselves in a situation with too much money, and they've had issues with that. And so I think that it does not. It's an argument to be made that perhaps Mendocino County does not need that money if we are not spending that money. And so I would be concerned of the perception with the state, myself personally speaking, when they're looking for money, that we be careful about maintaining too large of a contingency in a program that is supposed to be reimbursing the county for impacts that the county is in fact incurring, and the general fund is in fact incurring. So I think we need to be careful about the appearance of the appropriate use of the funds.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
In addition to this, following up on the suggestion, which I think is good, can we look at spending it down every last dollar? Because what's the worst case, next year we don't receive as much and we have to use some general fund. That we're no worse off. So general fund should be the last source of funds for paying for any program, right? And this is one that should arguably be the first. It was intended to offset the actual cost to the county for the state sending inmates back. Why are we not spending it down?
Well, I think the idea is to look at what we can spend down.
So could we look at not just the recommendation of the 750, but spending it down in entirety?
Yeah.
You want to leave a few pennies in there for expenses that carry from one year to the next, that's fine, but treat this as the first funding source and the general fund as the second.
Yeah, and I understand that some of the variability really comes from the growth fund. I think they're pretty standard with their base, but the growth is always up and down, sometimes zero. So we can work with them. This is under Chief Locatelli, so we'll have a conversation with Chief.
Very good. Thank you.
Oh, and I'm sorry, the asset forfeiture, I cut that off to finish this conversation, and I think you need Shamice for the asset forfeiture.
I'm curious if the auditor controller could share what the balance is approximately. I didn't think to ask you in advance for the forfeiture accounts in the aggregate.
I'm sorry, Supervisor, I do not have that information at my fingertips.
So when that's available, if it's $1 million or more, I think the board would like to know, can any of it be used for expenses in the next fiscal year?
I'm going to look to Deputy CEO Rakes, but I believe the Sheriff's Office is using asset forfeiture to what amount, and I think it was for some equipment, but I don't know the dollar amount, but we can check on that as well.
I do believe combined it is over $1 million between the different programs, and they do have to be careful about what it's used on, and I think they have to also be careful about supplanting certain costs, but I believe government code does dictate what it can be used for.
Thank you. Okay. Any further comments from the board? Cost saving measures. Okay. All right. Seeing none, let's go to public expression, or Director Krog.
Morning, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So while I was sitting in the audience here listening to your discussion of Measure AI funds and looking for $66,000 to support Covelo, I do want to note that you have in there $330,000, I believe. A portion of that is for our county code enforcement. And just noting that in past years, we haven't received any Measure AI funds, so we do have another source of funds, our nuisance abatement funds. So if you need that 66,000, as much as I want to say give us the full amount, I think that our office would be able to absorb that cost. So putting that out there, that planning and building would be willing to accept 66,000 less.
Thank you. That's the kind of collaboration we need. Okay, public expression, comment.
Hi, thank you, Barry Vogel. Mr. Chair, your comment about cutting funds for education and training, I would encourage you perhaps not to do that. Listening to the way the conversation has been in the past couple of hours, I think there are places where there could be education and training that would benefit our county. Number two, I was led to believe that the state of California is auditing or otherwise examining our county's budget. Is that happening? If so, what is the status? But please don't use up my seconds to answer. Number three, where and how can someone who lives in our county obtain information on how every county employee is paid and how much? I'll wait for your answers.
All right, so the budget audit is happening. We've had meetings with the state, and so those are proceeding. And you can look at Transparent California to see what the salaries are for every employee in the county.
And how does one find that?
It's
Transparent California.
Just Google it.
And what is the status of what the state is finding?
We don't have any knowledge of that. We've just had some meetings so far.
Is there a way for the public to follow that?
Look to
if
the
I
CEO.
may, through the chair, we were going to have a little update during the CEO report, but we can provide that now. That the audit has begun with the state controller's office. They have placed phone calls. Where they're at in their process, I do not know, other than I know it is due to the legislature in January of 26. So they have a lot to uncover. They are looking at waste, fraud, and abuse, procurement, contracting, as well as the election process that happened in 2024. So they've started it and begun.
May I add, in closing, the more you can distribute the answers to these questions to the public, either in the print or in your meetings with the people of our county, it would be a big help, because there's a lot of people who want to do things. We heard that earlier today about the roads in Airport Road on the coast.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment?
Good morning. Andres Avila, Fire Chief of the Anderson Valley Fire Department. I want to say that I greatly appreciate you guys' conversation on the AJ, Supervisor Mulhern, Williams. I appreciate your support. Very much appreciate your support and that offer for the monies there. What I'd like to say is I want to back up the audit or the assessment that you guys are proposing. It's a very good idea. This was done in the past on the Fitch study. It was done because of the 2010-2011 reality that ambulances were not functioning in Mendocino County in a manner that was sustained. And so the county at that point hired on Fitch and Associates to do a study, and they came to the conclusion that it would not be able to sustain. So the augmentation funds came into effect, not for one, it was for 1 year, but it was something until a fix could come to fruition. That's a distinction I'd like to make. It was not 1 year. Every year after that, we've been getting these funds to continue it until we come up with a solution. And this is something that we've been missing the mark on. I'd like to see a fix countywide to fix our ambulance problems. We started with the EOA, that failed. We went into a JPA, that has not come to fruition either. We haven't come to a solution that will sustain the long run. These funds are going to continue. We're going to continue this discussion each year until we come up with a way to find a fix. I would encourage this assessment to happen. We'll find the reality again. There'll be another study to say the same thing. We need to come to a permanent fix. So Anderson Valley is fully prepared to give the county, LEMSA, whatever information they need, and we will find the realities that we're saying. What we said in 2013 are actually coming to fruition today with the Covelo situation and their critical status. I fully support 66,000 going to Chief Rojas and Covelo. They need it. They're in dire straits. So whatever you guys can do to support them, thank you for that effort. And again, supervisors and planning, thank you very much for your support.
Okay, thank you.
Clay Eubank, EMS Officer, Anderson Valley. Thank you. That rocks. You don't see that often. And thank you all for the generous discussion. It was good, and it's been personally frustrating for me watching what's happening in Covelo and not feeling like they're getting the support they need. And Chief Rojas, he's made a lot of hard decisions, hard choices, and he should be supported in that and moving forward to fix a problem that has been a problem for over 10 years, ever since I've been in this county. So, number two is the ambulance enhancement funding. I would like to correct Jen a little bit, is that it was initially $60,000 for all three agencies in order to start an experiment to see how working together with an ALS provider would be able to provide ALS services to all three regions. Well, it's not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable in Covelo. They tried it. Falk left them because they weren't making enough money to support a 24/7 ALS provider up there. It provided for us one paramedic a week, which seems silly and ridiculous because there's no consistency on when we're going to need that paramedic 7 days a week. Laytonville's been using it to, my understanding, is to provide a driver to help sustain their EMS program because they do have paramedics up there already. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that in these regions, our transports are not enough to sustain the cost of providing 24/7 paramedic functions. So we have to sustain the BLS functions. What it does for us is I provide 24/7 BLS function with 18 volunteers. And I want to reiterate this. These people are doing 12 to 24-hour shifts where they're being present to be able to respond within 5 minutes. And some of them are doing that 2 or 3 times a week. That's huge. And we stipend them with this enhancement funding, $30 a shift for 12 hours. I think the amount of return on investment can't be overstated. I'd like to reinforce that, and I think Covelo could do a very similar project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Fire Chief Ruben Rojas, Covelo Fire Protection District. I'd like to say thank you to everybody for all the support. It's been a very hard struggle for me in Covelo. I've been doing the best I can out there and continue to receive the funding BLS service out there will be great for us. Right now I am diligently struggling to find EMTs to come up there and pay them a wage to come from the coast, Anderson Valley. And it's been working so far, but at some point it's going to stop. Thank you for keeping us, in your minds. I do appreciate it. The community is going to appreciate it. But thank you.
Okay, thank you for your efforts.
Dee Pallison, District 5. I just want to share 2 thoughts. One, to something Supervisor Williams said, I think we need to be careful in this current environment when we say volunteer firefighters.
While we don't pay them a wage, it's not free. The cost of training and equipping these firefighters is extremely expensive, and so I think we just need to be careful when we say that. Secondly, I've spoken to Emily with the Fire Chiefs Association about this a little bit, but I think we need to look at SRA, State Responsibility Area. I live in the SRA. I don't pay anything for fire service, but when I dial 911, I expect them to show up, and they do. They don't even think twice about it. There has to be a way that every landowner in this county is paying towards EMS and fire service, and I think it's something we need to look at. It would be an easier vote to get if it came from outside the board, but it may be the only way that we do get it is if the board moves forward with it. But I think it is something that we need to look at. It's an untapped resource, and it, like I said, the expectation is there that they will show up, even though I don't pay anything for it. So, thank you.
Good morning, Doug Hutchison. I'm the Fire Chief for the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. I'm also the President of the Mendocino County Fire Chiefs Association. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your support for Covelo. That's critical for us. You know, as some of the speakers have alluded to, we do have a fairly fragile ambulance system in the county. Good indication of that. Yesterday alone, 7 times there was one ambulance on the 101 corridor. 7 times. And that's a daily occurrence. So anything we can do to support these rural providers, to enhance them, to prevent drawdown from other resources is just going to make quality of life and outcomes that much better. One thing I would like to kind of touch on though is I want to make a distinction between what the fire districts are required to provide versus what they do. So fire districts by state law, obviously we have to provide fire protection. They can elect to provide emergency medical services. So when we talk about some of the funding sources that have come into the fire services lately, those were mostly specifically directed by the voters to go to fire services, not specifically ambulance service. And there really is a difference between ambulance and EMS. Ambulance is one component of the emergency medical services system, and it's actually one that the county is required to provide. There's 3 Lomita decisions out of Los Angeles that made it very clear that the county is responsible for providing ambulance service, specifically for indigent residents, but they held that obviously you have no idea who's an indigent when somebody calls 911, so generally held the county is responsible for making sure ambulances are available. It doesn't specify how, it gives some general guidelines. This is a good first start to making sure you're keeping up with your commitment, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from in the chambers? Seeing none. Okay, online.
We have one, Teresa.
Good morning, Teresa Gowan, MedStar Ukiah Ambulance, and also an instructor at Mendocino College. Thank you for your support to Covelo. We all went up there and we know how bad that system needs some assistance. I just wanted to clarify one thing. The EMT course in Covelo has not been set as of yet. We still need the commitment from a couple of instructors in order to make it happen. But I am diligently working on that to hopefully make it happen this summer. But it currently is not set as a course. That was the only clarification I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your offering to provide that class. So, any further comments?
Seeing none online.
Okay. So back to the board. Seems like with the Prop 172 allocations, we're all right with that. With the AI allocations, we're going to include Covelo, even though the funding might actually come from the Planning and Building Department. Okay. Supervisors' budgets. Are we all right with those recommendations that I offered? Supervisor Mulherin.
Oh yeah, I just want to be clear, I won't be voting in favor of those recommendations. I think that if you elect a supervisor that does their job, They earn every bit of that money. And my goal is to have people in this position that understand the community, are going to work hard and represent their constituents, and frankly, are not in a position to be able to afford to do this job, to be able to afford to travel on their own, to be able to afford the gas expenses that it requires to take a meeting on the coast or to take a meeting in Covelo. I want to elect people that care passionately about this community and not the people that are well-funded enough to be able to afford to take a pay cut.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I would like to seek some additional information with staff, probably after the meeting, about how much of these funds have been used in the past, and would look to review that information before making a decision.
All right. So can we give it to staff to bring that back? Because I know, like, the transportation travel in county, the $1,500 hasn't been used, I think only a couple $100, from my understanding. But some of the travel out of county were about 100% over budget. So it will vary, but educating us on it is a good thing. Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Chair, if you review the third quarter, I mean, that's a great example, right? Traveling out of town for conferences for your assignment. I think that's a great example of the expectations that are put on board members and the varying abilities of individuals to be able to afford those costs. I am back on to conference assignments this year, and so while attending those, I'm working on, legislative updates for the board. I'm networking to solve problems that our county has that other counties have as well. And I just want to say, I think that there are ways that we can look at the budget to reduce costs. And, for the third quarter update, we are very underspent in professional services and contracts in almost every single department. You can read that in your agenda item. And reviewing those carefully as we move forward, this board, or the previous board, really felt it was important that we pay our employees an appropriate wage moving forward. And if that means having less money to be able to afford outside contracts, then that might be what it means. I mean, the other thing also that's very challenging for me is the raising the conversation about what is realistic in our budget. And for instance, the presentation shows that we are $2.1 million under budget, yet we are hearing we are $3 million under budget. We're $2 million. So we roll up our sleeves, we take a look at the contracts that have not been issued yet. Halfway through the third quarter report, I get to $1 million in just professional services and contracts line that have not been used yet. And yes, I understand, Deputy CEO Riggs, that not all contracts come out at the same time of the year. What I'm saying is, it is important that we evaluate our budget, every single line item, and if we are expensing things and not using them, then that's where we look at what's happening in our budget and why we're over budget. Way beyond my time as a supervisor, the auditor controller would come forward with one-time carry forward funds. We've never reevaluated our budget in a way so that we aren't using these one-time funds, and whether that's PG&E funding or whether that's carry forward, we need to continue to evaluate it. And I understand Supervisor Williams has strong feelings about using one-time funds. I have strong feelings about maintaining our budget and using it appropriately, but I have less concerns about using the one-time funds, and in particular, because I don't think that we're budgeting appropriately in the first place. I think we're over budgeting some items so that departments can make sure that they have the funding available when they need it, and that is part of why we have such great carry forward. We need to continue to work on the budget process, but I'm just not as concerned about the one-time fund using that Supervisor Williams is.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so Supervisor Mulhern and I can agree that we need to improve the budget process. We have bad information coming into the process. We're not going to get ideal results. And I don't think we have bad staff. I think this county has staff in every department that's working hard for public benefit. I think we all have a legacy of, bad decisions or decisions that were appropriate for 1850 that are being carried on till today. 2019, I had an agenda item for zero-based budgeting, and the board actually supported it. And the idea was, instead of looking at starting with last year's budget and identifying what can be cut, start at zero and justify every expenditure building the budget up. And if you can't justify it, by default, you don't include it. I think if we did that exercise, we would have a very different result than what we have today. We would build the ideal Mendocino County of 2025. That got approved, went to staff, came back. This county doesn't have the capability to do it. I think Santa Rosa is doing zero-based budgeting right now. I think they do it routinely. So it's like you drive an hour south and people are doing zero-based. Why can't we? And I'm not blaming the budget team or the CEO. I think we're giving impossible tasks. Resources are tapped out. But I think it's a problem that we don't have the seed funding to improve some of these processes that are wrong. Our budget process is ridiculous. And, the public's watching us. Why don't we have the right information to make good decisions? Well, we don't. It's the bottom line, right? And I can't blame any of my colleagues. We're disagreeing on some of these points. We're all kind of guessing at what the true information is. We don't actually know. And our budget team doesn't really know what the departments need or what they spent last year or what they have in the year ahead. There's a lot of hand-waving in this process. So when I see we're $3 million off, I don't know. It may be a balanced budget, right? That's a rounding error within the margin of error for this county. Supervisor Mulhern said $1 million we thought we would spend, we didn't. So, Chair, is there any incremental improvement we can make to the process this cycle, or do we just live with it?
That's a question for the board and to staff. Okay, looking at the Board of Supervisors budget, I sat down with staff and we went over each one of those. What's been spent, what's it used for, what does it actually mean? And so that's why I came up with my recommendations. If you can do that too, right? So I don't know what more we can do than, as far as getting more specific.
I guess the question is, Chair, why can't we do zero-based budgeting? Why can't we start at zero and work our way up?
I thought we did that.
I don't think we ever did.
We came out with, we were $19 million.
Correction, zero-based budget.
Let's get back to some decorum.
If I may, through the chair. To Supervisor Williams' comment about the zero-based budgeting, we have been doing that each year. Now, with the departments, they fill out from a zero-based budgeting standpoint every line item that they have in their budget, and then they provide a justification for that item and include in it whether or not it's a core ask that's related to, let's say, a mandate, whether it's an additional ask that they put in, or a low priority ask that they might want but don't necessarily need or is required for the core function of the department. So that is part of our budget process. Now, Supervisor Williams may be referring to a more holistic approach, looking at actual functions from a zero-based point of view, but from the budget standpoint, we are doing that. It's just, it might not be to the function category that Supervisor Williams may be referring to. So.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Decorum. Let me ask a different way. To the budget team, could it be that it's the departments that know where the $3 million can be found, not the budget team, the CEO, or this board?
If I may, through the chair, the CEO budget team works closely with the departments throughout the entire budget process, and we'll have to have the conversations with them about where this
But
isn't
it the departments that would be able to identify what's not a mandate and where they can free up some expenditures?
We would have to rely on the departments.
Yeah, so we don't have the department. I mean, I appreciate we have Director Krog in the room. Have we done the exercise of bringing the departments in to ask, are you providing more than the mandated services? Previous direction was, give us a budget that is the mandated services and nothing more. And then we can look at what remaining revenue we have and go beyond the mandates. Do you feel that we've done that, that the departments have presented the minimum level to meet the mandates?
If I may, through the chair, if you're referring to bringing the departments in here to provide that information, I I don't believe that we've had every department come in as part of the budget process.
You think I would remember if that were the case? But to the budget ad hoc, to some venue because what I'm imagining is there's a delta between what the department would like to spend and what the mandates require that we spend. And if you look at that delta for every department, that should be more than $3 million. Then the board could decide which additional above the mandates are we willing to trim because we need a balanced budget. I don't feel that we have that information. So if it's not coming here, that's fine. The budget team can do it. But I think somebody needs to be looking at a department level, at functional level, what can be trimmed based on what we know we're not going to spend, and outside contracts for services that we're not mandated to provide.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, CEO, since the beginning of this, which was probably almost a year ago, we knew we were going to be in a bad straits this year. We have worked diligently with these departments to reduce their budgets in many different ways, right? They've heard you, they've heard us, they work with us. We call them up after these meetings. We have our department head meetings say, hey, you saw the board meeting, we need your help, we need you at the table. I believe our departments are doing that very job. Your department heads are very qualified at the job that they do. They know what their mandated services are. And, you pay them well to do their job. And if they're not bringing that down, then we need to get to the bottom of that. But I believe you have very good department heads. I already have at least 3 of them hollering at me that they can't survive with what they've been given. So we're still at that point that $10 million, over $10 million, was due to a pay increase that we've done three years ago, that we didn't have the funds then to do, and we don't have them now. And so we're trying to, again, to your point, it is not a structurally balanced budget, and it has not been. But right now, unless you're going to cut services, which you're going to have to decide what they are, customer service will decline, and you will have very upset staff if you crank down much harder than what we're doing.
So my last, thank you for having the patience, Chair. CEO, would you agree that we have a structural deficit?
Yeah, I think we've said that for a long time.
Well, one of the things that I've looked at with this request for hearing from the departments. And so, we started off in January hearing from, who'd we hear from? The DA, the County Council, PBS, Planning and Building Services, Transportation, Public Defender. And so I was hoping that the General Government Committee would bring in those departments throughout the year. And then what we're left with is, for the June budget hearing, I would like to ask the assessor, elections department head, the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, sheriff's office, Office of Emergency Services, Human Resources, and Animal Care to come in during those June hearings to kind of fill out some of that. I think it would be too big of a lift to ask all 20 some departments to come in. But the idea moving forward would be, in January we hear from some of the departments about their budget issues and staffing. And then throughout the year in the General Government Committee, we hear others and we pick up whatever we need to pick up in June. So I hope that people are all right with that.
Chair, I'm all right with that, but how does that answer the CEO's need to give us a draft budget that's balanced? In the meantime, what?
Well, we're going to hear from those departments, and at that time, if you hear, hey, we're doing this project, it's not mandated, but we think it's a good idea, we can say, you're not going to do it this year.
Okay, that makes sense. That's brilliant. And if they all come in and say, we can't survive on what you've allocated, these are all mandated services, there's nothing to cut, then what do we do? What's our next step?
Well, that's the process that we've been in, and we're trying to.
Yeah, once we get there, because I think that's what the CEO is indicating, we've already done this process, we can do it again, she's shaking her head. So if we're at the point of everything we're doing is mandated, and we've built an organization that we can't afford based on our current revenue, what do you see as the next step? Where is that on the timeline? How does it come before us?
Well, of course, you've said that you won't vote for anything that has one-time only money. Hopefully you're reconsidering that, because I don't see how we move this budget, we get to a balanced budget without using one-time only money.
And then what do you do the following year? The one-time money is gone, and you have an even larger overhead.
Well, we have this hiring freeze in place, and we keep downsizing like that. Some of the structural things like the pension obligation bonds go away, or we get money that way, so.
But, Chair, if the plan is natural attrition and a hiring freeze, isn't that at conflict with the department saying they can't do with less? Because if they could sustain those hiring freezes and still meet mandates, we would reduce their budget today. I'm just wondering, are we, as a board, are we talking in circles about trying to find a gimmick to solve a structural deficit?
Well, I've said from the get-go that we have this hiring freeze is easy to say, but the fact is there's going to be a lot of pain involved in it, and it's going to come to the board, people saying, we need that position, we got to have it. And or people, constituents are going to say, hey, I call up and I don't get an answer for 2 days. So it's going to fall on us, right? I've offered up some cuts to our supervisor budget, and we're not even in agreement on that at this point. So anyway, I'm looking for all of you to come up with ideas. I've talked to the CEO many times about the budget and the deputy CEOs, and it's like we can't put it all on them. We need to be coming up with some ideas too, because we kind of created the situation with the salaries and some of the enhancements that we did, thinking that if we didn't have the turnover, if we paid people appropriately, we did the comparable studies and we adjusted our, we negotiated along those lines, that it would help out. And we're just in that kind of situation right now where we're trying to figure out, okay, we did that, now we got to balance the budget. So, Supervisor Klein.
Chair, would you say that those raises went too far? The CEO put a $10 million price tag on those wage increases, and we're sitting here grappling with this, and so I'm curious, after your comments, do you think that the wages went too far, that we went too far with wage increases? Well, considering we can't afford it.
We've had, like with the sheriff's office and the deputies, we've had a real problem hiring in that, for the sheriff deputies. And so we had to increase that to attract and to retain the deputies. Okay? And so, obviously with the $10 million increase in the sheriff's office budget, that's having a big effect on us. But, well, I think, how much, let's see, I'm looking to the CEO.
We can pull it up, hold on.
Anyway, it has had a major effect on our budget. Did we have to do it? Yeah, I think so, because we are losing deputies and staff to other counties, and they were poaching our people.
Chair, if I may, while the team's pulling up that budget, I believe out of our original deficit amount, 12 million of that was between the sheriff and the jails.
That's a big chunk, 12 million.
CEO Antle, what was the original deficit number?
I believe we were at 23 million when we started, and we got that down to 17, and then we got it down again, and now we're down to 3.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving this forward, we had some ideas about the supervisor's budgets. We want more information on that. Okay, we can request staff to bring back more information on those budget items. Right? You had wanted more. Okay. With the Assembly Bill 1383, we're going to wait and not take a position at this point. And we're going to confer with staff and the bargaining units affected. And then we have the rest of the budget recommendations. Oh, and with talked about the AI already. So with the budget recommendations, do we have any kind of motion to move this forward? Approve, deny?
I move approval of the 2 budget recommendations listed on page 109, implementation of full hiring freeze and approved public health allocation of approximately $150,000 in realignment.
I would second that if we apply the correct terminology. It's not hiring freeze. Supervisor Mulhern, what was it?
Strategic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. And the first agrees.
And that would include the changes to the AI funding?
As amended today.
Okay. And the direction about the bringing back more information about the supervisor budget. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Hey, John,
are we clear? Yeah.
I have a question about the item that's coming back. If we have a budget that we're not using, I think it makes sense to reduce it and make those funds available for other purposes. If we have a supervisor, I know Supervisor Mulhern represents us on a lot of committees that include travel. I'm not comfortable telling her she's not going to get reimbursed for traveling. When it's official county business, we're asking her to take that on. And we're getting the benefit. She's willing to do it. She's willing to go out of county, sometimes out of state. I don't think that's a place to trim, right? That is a rounding error for us. That has value. So the information that I would like to come back is categories where we're not currently spending funds, and we could reallocate to balance the budget. Is that in alignment with my colleagues?
Well, why don't we bring back all of them and we can see at that point where we're spending money and where we're not. Because I do think that even if we're spending money in some of these areas, we need to start cutting too, if it's not mandated, right?
Yeah, it's just as Barry Vogel said, a supervisor going to a training and bringing back information to make better decisions, right? If that's a $500 expenditure, but the better decision saves the county $1 million, it's really hard to make the argument case by case, but in the big picture, I don't know if having supervisors disconnected from associations and uneducated is really to our benefit.
Well, part of my proposal was that we still fund those people that are representing us at NACO, at RCRC, CSAC. Okay. We're good with that? Is staff clear on the direction, motion?
I believe we are clear on the amended direction, unless there's something. Okay, yeah, I believe we're clear on the
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. So often when we vote on things, it gets framed as we supported something. So I just want to be very clear that I'm supporting Supervisor Klein in needing more information. I have the information that I need about what the board has used so far because it was included in our agenda packet for Q3. So I know this information. I also know by looking at that document which departments are currently under budget and which line items, because the information was included today. So I'm going to vote in favor of the recommendation that you're asking staff to bring back, but I just want to be very clear about the information is available. You must use it.
So good it won't take any work at all.
All right. So staff is clear about the motion. Okay. And we're clear? Let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. let's see, it's 12:24. We are going to go to lunch. We are going to have one closed session item, which, where is that? Oh, it's item 6A. Okay. And is there any public comment about item 6A? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, and we will come back no earlier than 1:15.
And hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa. Porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y En nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
Nothing to report from the closed session item. And so we'll move on to item 4J, which is discussion and possible action, including formation of an ad hoc committee to work with the CEO through the consultation process required by the master tax sharing agreement with the city of Ukiah regarding the city's proposed change of organization as discussed at the April 16, 2025 City Council meeting. And this is an item brought forward by the Executive Office. So I'll look to the CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am requesting an ad hoc to work through the next steps with the City of Ukiah. I received a letter April 28th from the city manager asking to move the process forward. So I'm coming forward to ask for an ad hoc. We had an ad hoc during the formation of the master tax sharing agreement of Supervisor Mulheron and Supervisor Jurdy. So I think having an ad hoc moving forward would be a great idea to continue this work. One particular district is going to be hit hard in this at least proposed map by the city, and that is Supervisor Klein's district. So I would request Supervisor Klein be on the ad hoc and Supervisor Norvell.
Well, I'm not opposed to those two members serving on the ad hoc, but I just want to be very clear that the 5th district will also be affected because it wraps around the other side. So the split goes 5th and 1st around the 2nd, and I think that gets missed sometimes. So I just want to be very clear about which districts are being affected.
So I've been hearing a lot about this, and I believe there are some people who will benefit that over the years what they've complained about would be solved by being within city limits. But I'm not hearing from those people. I'm hearing 100% from people who are not in favor, and specifically ranch land, industrial land, people who have solar that'll lose net metering because the city energy doesn't do net metering. It's overwhelming how much opposition there is, and what they're asking me is why isn't the county discussing it, and why isn't the county involved in the process? So I think it's the right thing to do to have the ad hoc. And the real concern from District 5 residents is which parcels get included. And what they've proposed seems like it's broader than it should be, as far as the public is concerned.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you, CEO Antle, for bringing this forward, and I would most certainly like to be involved with the ad hoc as it heavily impacts my district.
Hey. So, yeah, we'll get there. Okay. So, yeah, I just think that this is something that still needs to be discussed. There's a lot of issues. It's very complicated, and that there's a real potential hit to the county budget. So I would support the CEO's recommendation, but I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, but we need public comment.
Yeah. All right. Any public comment? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, let's vote by the button.
Tell Bernie if he doesn't show up, this is what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Item 4D, discussion and possible action including approval of the Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District Annual Report, adoption of resolution of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors declaring its intention to levy and collect an annual assessment from businesses in the bid within the boundaries of the unincorporated portion of the County of Mendocino and the incorporated areas of the City of Fort Bragg, the City of Point Arena, the City of Ukiah, and the City of Willits from specified lodging businesses, and setting the date, time, and place of a public hearing to be held by the board to levy the proposed assessment for fiscal year 25-26. Okay, this is planning and building, so we'll look to Adrian Thompson.
Thank you, Supervisors, Chair Hashik, CEO Antle, and Charlotte Scott, County Council. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. This is the annual bid report and the resolution of intention to levy. But to preserve time, I'm going to let the introduction go to Callie Dim, the bid board chair, and then we'll do final comments and staff's available for questions. Ramon Jimenez may also be online from VMC for any questions that you have.
Hi, Callie Dim, owner-operator of Little River Inn and chair of the Bid Advisory Board. I'm pretty sure you're going to have questions about the conversion from a 1% to 2% bid. If you would humor me and stick with the agenda item for a few moments, I would appreciate that. Within this annual plan, there is always a list of recommendations that you are allowed to act upon if you want. You have sometimes in the past and other times no. A perennial request is that you, on the bid invoices to the lodging properties, that you add lines to collect information on average daily rate or ADR, occupancy, and some other things. Zip code you already know. And you've never done that, and understand that you're working with county staff that maybe doesn't have the time to do it. And I mean, I just want to give some examples of why that information would be useful. Some of you have come to us asking for information that we just don't magically have. Planning Commission has asked us for information. Inland hotels right now are saying business is down. Well, is that because there's less traffic or because they have lowered their room rates? We can't tell you. It's a different, you know, we could be more strategic and surgical with our marketing if we knew whether we need to get cars off the highway or do we need to increase the perceived value of those hotel rooms. Or even that came up in your third quarter numbers today, hotels and restaurants are flat, but fuel and food are down. Is it because Mendocino County is following the national trend away from Airbnb and back into traditional lodging? Don't know, but maybe we would be able to tell you with more data. When we did collaborate with County Staff, Sherry Shatmeyer used to share information by zip code with us. When we collaborated and did our first compliance sweep together, where we pulled in all these vacation rentals to pay TOT and bid, it was so much different. So the bid used to be 50-50 collected inland and coastal. And after that compliance sweep, it was 75% coastal and 25% inland. So you guys benefit from that with all the additional TOT. So I understand Sherry was just the tax collector. Now it's a combined office. I'm sure they don't have time. So we switched gears on our recommendation, and that is for you to contract with a third party to collect the information. You already do this for sales tax using HDL. They wouldn't give you quite the information that we're after, but some is better than nothing. So I think what we're really asking is that you allow us to work with Shamise or whoever in county to find a third party that would give us the information that we need, not just to do our marketing job better, but to make more money for our stakeholders and for you. Okay, now go at it with the 2%.
Yes.
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. It's referenced in the report, the transition from, I believe it's the 89 law to the 94 law, and the petition that goes along with that. What is the status of the petition, and when can we expect to see that?
We are about 15% short on the petition. So we need 15% more of the money to say yes to the new bid.
And are you expecting to hit your 51% threshold, or is it still up in the air?
We are working on it. Yes, we expect to make it eventually.
So has this been brought up to the cities yet, or what is your process for getting the buy-in from the cities?
What is the process? Well, we have had preliminary meetings. We haven't had the official. Here's Adrian. Thank you.
I'll take it for you. Thank you. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. In my discussions with Civitas, who's helping VMC in the bid in the conversion process, they approached the 4 cities independently and receive a resolution from their county councils after they reach the 51%. Because my understanding, again, from Civitas, is that if you don't have 51%, why would you approach the cities for consent to change the bid if you can't move forward with the bid? So their intention is to, when we hit 51%, they will need to go to the cities. They need to bring this board resolutions back from each city council signed that they agree to convert to the bid. That hearing process, once we have those, is approximately 60 days. And there's these timeline windows between the first resolution and then we mail all the occupants that resolution. Within 10 days, you have another meeting. So you'll have approximately 3 public meetings once we have the 51% and the city council resolutions.
Okay, and from what I read, it's at 38% right now. And that, it seems like it's been lagging like that for, at least a year. So at what point do you say, well, 38% might not be 38% anymore?
The petitions don't expire. Those yes votes don't expire.
They're just ongoing. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any further questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment?
Hi, good afternoon. Sage Sanjacmo, City Manager for the City of Ukiah. We certainly look forward to collaborating with the county on this item. We've requested that collaboration. I believe the last board discussion related to this item directed staff or Visit Mendocino. It wasn't quite clear to reach out to the cities and begin that discussion with the cities. And that has yet to happen. While we've had individual discussions from the City of Ukiah with Visit Mendocino regarding concerns and questions related to this, we have not had that in a collaborative session amongst all of the cities with the county and Visit Mendocino. So I encourage, before we get too far down this line, that we begin those collaborative discussions as previously directed by the board. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the chambers? Seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Mulheron.
A question for the CEO. Would you like Adrian to handle that, or would you like to work with the cities during your city manager meetings and then touch base with the staff to make sure that those communications are happening?
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, I would defer to Julia and Adrian to hold those meetings. I can have my discussions with the city managers, but I think that they're looking for something a little more in-depth about the process.
Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. Yes, we can coordinate some of those between BID, Civitas, and the cities.
Okay. And with this conversion from the 89 to the 94 law, that you're available for any kind of, as a resource to explain the implications of it?
I will do my best. I'll do some research. Also, County Council Matthew Kudrowski has helped me with some of that conversion and the future ordinance, so it may take a couple days to get answers, but if you want to funnel them through me, I can find you answers.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right.
Move approval. Recommended action.
I'll second with the addition of direction to staff to work collaboratively with the cities.
Maker agrees.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Item 4E, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution authorizing the Director of Transportation to accept the Cycle 2 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program grant for $39,930,000 with a local match of 10% to fund right-of-way and construction for the Redmeyer Road extension, execute the grant agreement, and sign any other necessary related documents on behalf of Mendocino County. We'll look, and congratulations on bringing it forward to this point.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. With me here today is Alicia Woolaker, who is running and managing our engineering division. I think she needs to get elevated to a panelist so she can share her screen. While she does that, I will bloviate a little bit. New Year's Eve 2005, we had the Great Flood, which literally shut down the 175 bridge at Hopland all the way up through the Vichy Bridge, including the Talmadge Bridge, effectively the east side of Ukiah, east of the river, for a period of time, I would say 48 hours, but really the emergency equipment, larger equipment, could get through some of the bridges, so it wasn't a complete cutoff, but certainly for civilian travel, there was, at least a day to 2 days. And this project really will, they call it the Redmeyer Road extension, but really it goes all the way from Vichy, Deerwood, El Dorado, the Pepperwood subdivision, which is the end of Redmeyer. And really, when you think about one of those large floods, even some of the points south. The bridge that's proposed here, at least the engineers tell me, and I are one, so I should believe them, this one won't flood, except for 100-year. And I will if Alicia, are you up yet, Alicia? Not yet. All right, now I've got to think of more things to say. We have a really good consultant working on this who did these few slides, and it's actually the same consultant, GHD, that's done a lot of work for the Ukiah, city of Ukiah, on their internal streets. They worked on the Orchard Street extension, so they were well positioned, very experienced. I will say this is a success story in that we're approved for right-of-way and construction funding phase 2, but we still have a long ways to go to finish environmental. It's not a done deal. NEPA's got to get done. CEQA's got to come back to this board, even under phase 1, before we can start phase 2. So, I just want to say it's not like we're jumping into construction right now. We've still got phase 1 to finish, but a good team is working on it, including Alicia here, who, are you in? All right. I'm out of things to talk about, so we'll just have to have a moment of silence.
Well, is it the slideshow that's on the agenda?
Yes.
Attachment? So can you, let's see.
You want me to share it?
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe one of the supervisors could share a screen. That works. Yeah.
I almost have it up.
I mean, I have it on mine.
Now, when I started back in 2005, we would just have a projector up here, and I'd put my floppy disk in there, and we'd be running, just so you know. I mean, we didn't have those problems then.
There we go.
All right, great. Thank you, whoever did that.
All right.
Go ahead, Alicia.
Acting Deputy Director of Transportation. I'm also project manager for this project. So the Redmeyer Road Secondary Access Project, or Redmeyer Road Extension, is currently in the project approval and environmental documents. We like to call it PA and ED. It's funded for both that phase as well as the plan specifications and estimate. So that will bring us all the way through environmental and design. Those were funded with the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program, LTCAP, Cycle 1 grant funds. So we were awarded $12 million with no local match. The Cycle 2 grant funds have been approved by the program for us to fund right-of-way and construction. So we have selected and completed the alignment analysis and selected a preferred alignment. Next slide. Purpose of the project: complete a necessary segment of the regional road system, improve roadway access for residents of the Ukiah Valley on the east side, provide a through connection for Redmeyer Road for residents and others in the area, enhance transportation safety, access, and emergency response times, and improve climate resiliency, support underserved and climate vulnerable populations, establish an all-weather route across the Russian River, and address existing infrastructure deficiencies. So as you all know, right now, North State Street and the 101 are the only north-south corridors through the valley. And so this Redmeyer Road extension would allow for another corridor through the valley on the east side. So it not only would help the residents that live in that general vicinity if there were a fire or for flooding, but it could potentially impact the whole, not just the Ukiah Valley, but the whole flow of traffic from north-south through the area. Okay, next slide. So the selected alignment would include a roundabout at North State Street and West Lake Mendocino Drive, where we currently have a T intersection with a traffic signal. And then it would cut across to the east and tee into Redmeyer Road. And you can see one of the properties there is in a floodplain, so it would include an inset floodplain so that we make sure that we're not adding to flooding of the river and the drainage swale as well. And then if you go to the next slide, you can go through the different sections of the road. So that first section of the road from the roundabout east to the railroad tracks would be an at-grade roadway. It would include a Class 2 bike path and a Class 1 pedestrian path and an at-grade crossing at the railroad tracks. We've already been coordinating with the GRTA on this project. The second section would be on roadway fill, so it would be, elevated with dirt underneath. And then because we're in the floodplain, it would have those lines going across or culverts that would run through the fill so that it would keep water to be able to flow from one side of the floodplain to the other. And then again, that drainage swale as well. Section 3 is the bridge over the river. Section 4 is an elevated roadway structure, and then it would go down into Section 5 where we're back at an at-grade roadway to connect into Redmeyer Road. So we'll take any questions at this time.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this forward. It's very exciting, obviously, for my constituents. I hear a lot about access roads and concerns over safety, so really excited to see the progress. Director, you mentioned that we still have several environmental documents to get through. Can you share with us kind of an estimate of what are we looking at here? When might we be able to begin construction on this project?
I'll let Alicia answer that, but like I told you, I'll be retired.
So just keep in mind that these are only estimates at this time. There are a lot of environmental factors that go into play. You know, we have to get permitting with a lot of agencies because it's federal and state funds. We have to follow the CEQA and NEPA process. So all of that takes a lot of time. And so, you know, there may be surprises that come up along the way. But currently, we are estimated to begin right-of-way in 27 and 28, and then construction would be from 29 to 31. So it'd be a 2, possibly a 3-season construction.
And the local 10% match, you know, that would be about $4 million. So where does that come from? Do you have plans for that?
Well, as we said in the item, we're going to seek other state funds for match. The phase we're on right now, fortunately, we got 100% money as we got from the state CTC. So we've got MCOG to talk to. We've got the possibility of other state funds to match the federal. But yes, there could be, if there's a gap, you know.
The fortunate thing is because we're a couple of years out or several years out, we still have time to search for grants, right? And so like this project has been in the works for a long time. And so we are just constantly watching for the grants that come up and see if they can fit the projects that we have. So we will be actively searching for grants to cover that local match. We have some time to pursue that.
No, I'm totally supportive of this, and certainly we're going to be dealing with the same thing, hopefully, with the second access route on Sherwood Road. So.
Oh, and I'd also like to mention that it would have been a 20% local match was what was actually in the program, but we had an opportunity to apply for the script funds. I forget what the acronym stands for, but we applied for that funding, and so we got an extra 10% covered to reduce the local match from 20 to 10%.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Great to hear that about the change in the local match. Can you share, is there a project in recent history that the county has done similar to this, this project? I'm just kind of curious.
Nothing that even comes close. You could look at some of the widening projects. We've done road widening project, but this is going to be 50 to 60 million, right, Alicia, total?
Total.
Yeah, so most of those have been under 10 million. So yeah, there's nothing comparison.
So we do have the bridge program and bridge replacement projects. And in fact, we're just starting on the one on North State Street over Ackerman Creek this week. And so that would be similar to the bridge structure, right? But then we do road projects, of course, but not in history that to this magnitude or of actually building a new section of road.
And how can we support you in this endeavor? What can the board do to help move this along?
Well, you know, it's largely, you have to follow the rules set forth by the federal and state government. Someday this will come to you for CEQA, you know, you'll be the lead agency. That's your next step.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I am in pretty regular contact with one of the property owners that this affects, but there are also other property owners that the proposed plan would go through, as well as that are adjacent. So is the Department of Transportation communicating with those individuals? And I understand that we're several years out, but I've seen with some other projects, a gap in communication has probably provided for more challenges than may have been necessary. So just checking in about if we're talking to folks.
So we have to get permission to do the environmental studies, but we can't enter into any kind of ultimate right-of-way discussions until we're through the environmental process. So yes, all the owners have been talked to. They know we're looking at the land, seeing the potential alignments. They're going to give us permission to enter and do the environmental. But, you know, some of them have reservations. I'm not saying that that's all resolved yet, and it can't be until you go through environmental. You can't enter into some kind of a commitment until everything's been looked at on an even plane as far as the best environmental, you know, the best project under CEQA and NEPA. So we're communicating, but some of the owners want us to do more at this point, and we just can't. We have to go through the process.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, a question and a comment. The question is it possible for us to get part way, like we did on the jail, and then find out our portion is increasing? Unforeseen circumstances, it took longer, materials went up.
That's always possible. Yeah. And all I can say is that to some extent that happened to me on the Potter Valley project. The cost went up before I could build it. Yeah. But your option is to do nothing. So that's why we have these phases. And if we get through to right-of-way, like we are in Potter Valley, then we just look for construction. I'm a big believer in marching forward. Now, when I first got this job at 44, I was optimistic I could finish it. I've already admitted Alicia's going to finish it, but at least someday you get there. But you've just got to go through every step. Yeah. And if you get delayed and it costs too much, you wait till you can find more money. That's the only way to go.
So, and I will also say that we try to factor that in, right, when we're applying for the grant, and you know that it's many years out before you're going to go to construction. So we come up with the engineer's estimate, we add on escalation factors for the years, add on a contingency, and so we're hoping that we're keeping it conservative enough so that it will keep up with the times. But like Howard said, you know, in construction, that's always a possibility. But so far, we've managed to get our projects built anyway, even when they take longer than necessary. And there's also maybe some minor modifications that you can make down the road too, right, for some cost savings.
Oh, I 100% support it. It's not a contingent on the answer.
Right.
Just my hunch is it'll cost a lot more. We don't know why, but by the time this thing is done, somebody will rewind the video to this meeting and say they thought 90% was being paid with these dollars and laugh. And it's kind of ironic that we can't find money to maintain the road network that we have, but here's a $50 million project to add a new road. And I agree, we need the new road, but the way the state and federal funds apply to roads is really peculiar.
It is, that's true. And the one thing the federal funds do consistently is the bridge program, bridge replacement program. And, you know, most of what you see us bring before you are those. But the good part about that, it's scalable. If the estimates come in higher, you can request more money through that program. I think I know why road surface was not prioritized over structures in the federal, you know, when they set up the federal highway. I can share that with you offline sometime. I think I know why. Because the structure, just a short answer, is a critical link. Like, let's say the bridge, if it's flooded, nothing gets through. If you're driving through potholes to get across the bridge, you still can get there, you know. So that's the short answer. Bridges are prioritized.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we'll go. Is there any public comment?
Hi, good afternoon again. Sage San Giacomo, the city manager for the city of Ukiah. I want to commend staff for the work on this project and the board and the leadership in bringing this forward. This is definitely needed for emergency services and connectivity within the Ukiah Valley. As the project moves forward, the city of Ukiah staff looks forward to working with county staff on the development of this project. Also want to recognize the other opportunities that are needed in this area, in addition to the roadways and the connectivity that provides. Looking at communications, utilities, electricity, water, and sewer infrastructure as you build roads is increasingly important. I could tell you from the fire that took place in 2022 that started near the city's water treatment plant and then pushed out to the east side of the valley and threatened that whole area when the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority went to hook up at fire hydrants on Redmeyer Road, there was not pressure in some of those fire hydrants to be able to fight the fire. We had to pull resources in water tenders and use recycled water from Oak Manor Park to be able to effectively address those issues. So looking at not just roadway infrastructure when we're doing it, but the total needs of an area is dramatically important. And a lot of infrastructure within these areas simply are not adequate for the types of services and the type of development that has occurred or will occur in the future. And there's opportunity, I mean, in serving ag land in the recycled water project with the city, broadband communication, there's just a whole host of different opportunities that this type of project also provides opportunity to address those deficiencies in infrastructure. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Well, let's see if there's any more. Is there any online comment?
Seeing none.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, item 4F, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution accepting the findings and recommendations of traffic study number 25-01 and declaring intent to establish a maximum speed limit between 25 miles per hour and 40 miles per hour on various segments of Little River Airport and Albion Ridge Roads, County Roads 404, milepost 0 to 5.92, and County Road 402, milepost 0 to 4.0. We'll look to the Howard DeShiel, Director of Transportation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShiel, your Director of Transportation. So I don't have a slideshow for that. You do have the report. The way this process goes is the board would accept the engineering traffic study, and then we would come back later. You know, the resolution authorizes us to come back later and amend the ordinance. So I will take questions or comments on the report.
Yeah, this one started with me at a traffic collision, and it was a moment there's nothing to do, and I'm asking CHP, do you write any tickets? I haven't seen it in the area. And the response was, well, there's only 4 counties in the road that have enforceable speed limits. The director may know otherwise. You know, you have CHP coming, people who are not really rooted here coming through. But the point was, most of our speed limits are decorations. So when you have the public in your district complaining about speed bumps aren't really appropriate for connector roads, and you can put as much signage as you want. If you don't have enforcement, you're not going to address the problem. And the enforcement starts with a speed limit that's enforceable. And so in my district, there's people driving 55 through 30s, nothing CHP can do. They can't write a ticket, it's not an enforceable speed limit. So when this came up, there was a concern, well, what if we do the survey and find that at the 85th percentile, it's 40 miles per hour, we're going to be raising the number, which the public might not like. And that's something you have to think about. I went to Supervisor Jurdy and asked, would you also like to include one of your roads when we do this? And he said, no, let's wait for District 5 to do it, see how it goes. But I encourage you, if you have a speeding problem in your district, this may be the avenue to do something about it. And the public might not like that number increasing, but you can tell them that it's actually an enforceable 40 is better than a 30 that's unenforceable. And I would like to thank DOT. I think you did precisely what we asked, and it came back precisely when you told us that it would. I'm pleased by the process, and if they don't take up the opportunity, I have more roads in the 5th District that could use enforceable speed limits.
Okay.
Well, I've had this discussion many times with Mr. DeShiel, and you know, I think that because of the nature of our county and the number of over 1,000 miles of county roads, that we really need to have this policy in place where we can do traffic calming without just the enforcement, because we're never going to have the enforcement at an adequate level. And so we need to do some kind of, you know, speed bumps, speed tables, your rumble strips, whatever it is. But we need to find out, or create a policy like Mr. DeShiel has talked about to start implementing some of these things that are structurally calming to the speed that people travel, because we're not going to have the deputies out. That's not their job. CHP isn't available in the back roads and everywhere. So anyway, that's my 2 bits.
And I know the board has directed that, and we revised our local road safety plan to include an eligible activity to apply for a grant to do a policy for traffic calming, and that cycle comes up this June. So we're going to try to get a grant. I think we will. That was the grants person from Caltrans you put me in contact with that found that example. So we'll try to do that. But Supervisor Williams is right as well. Those tend to go into residential districts, and a collector like these 2 roads, I don't think there are some things you can do like roundabouts, or sometimes there's some enhanced signage or delineation that can be considered traffic calming, but you're not going to have speed bumps on those. So we would like to increase the tool bag, but you probably can't get away from enforcement as a tool as well.
Okay, any further comments from the board? Seeing none, any public comment? None in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, look for a motion.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, very good. Moving on to item 4G. Discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance designating fire hazard severity zones. Look to Mr. Jeff Adair from the Office of Emergency Services.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschek, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Scott. I'm Jeff Adair, Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I want to introduce this item to you for fire hazard severity zones. One of the results of damaging wildfires in past decades was legislators directing Office of State Fire Marshal to create fire hazard severity zones. The zones are based on the probability of an area burning and the potential fire behavior under extreme weather and fuel conditions in that area. Originally, this was for state responsibility areas only, but subsequent impactful fires in the local responsibility area led to legislation requiring CAL FIRE to also develop fire hazard severity zones in those LRA areas. Local agencies such as the County of Mendocino and fire districts responsible for fire protection within the county have 120 days from the time of transmittal to adopt the fire hazard severity zones by ordinance. For us, that 120-day period ends on June 24th. It does not permit local agencies to decrease the level of fire hazard, but we may only accept or increase the levels. Local agencies must transmit a copy of the ordinance with the required documents to the State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection within 30 days of adoption. A link to the maps is provided in your agendas. So what are the purposes of these zones and maps? In a nutshell, it's enhancing life and property safety, and that can be done. Local jurisdictions can include them in their general plan. Building standards for new construction in the wildland urban interface areas would come into effect, which is California Building Code 7A. Property development standards such as road widths, water supply, and signage could come into play. Defensible space requirements and natural hazard real estate disclosure purposes. So that's kind of how it could impact things. So that's the brief introduction to it. I'm ready to take questions.
Okay. Well, one question that a lot of people have is, how will this affect insurance rates? Do you know the latest laws on what can be used for insurance rates?
Well, I will tell you that during the webinar where this was introduced, I asked the same question myself. So I can see why it's concerning to people. And the answer that I got, and all the literature says, is that insurance companies use risk models and not hazard models. So this is based on hazards. The difference being insurance companies take into factors that are more frequently changed than CAL FIRE's hazard mapping does, including fuel reduction projects, defensible space, and home hardening. So the hazard, so that's a risk model. The hazard model takes the worst fire and fuel conditions in a 30 to 50 year period, and it does not take into account those mitigation factors such as defensible space, home hardening, etc. So bottom line is, insurance companies are a private industry, and they can use this or other things that they want to, but they typically use things that are updated more frequently, whereas this is meant to be in place for, a decade or more at a time. And so I'm not assured that they won't use them, but there are many other factors that go into figuring insurance rates.
Right, and just another question along those lines is, there's been legislation proposed about taking it, insurance companies having to take into consideration whether you have a fire-safe community or fire-wise, and so do you know what the latest is on that?
So we've been following that, in our office, and people getting dropped from insurance coverages or doing the fire mitigation work and having an incentive to do so, financial incentive from the insurance companies. So I believe that legislation is still in the works. It's moving through the process, but the goal is to have people rewarded for making those efforts to make their communities more safe.
Right. That's certainly what we're encouraging.
Yes.
So thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I support it, and I appreciate staff's work on this. Well done. But I'm curious, the agenda item for fiscal details has NA for everything. Can zero be assumed? Yeah, it's zero one-time cost. I mean, nominal, we're discussing it today. Zero one-time, zero ongoing, no enforcement costs.
No enforcement on us.
Do we want to clarify that somewhere? Or maybe we just did. Maybe we just did. Put it in the minutes.
Okay. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none? Okay, any public comment? Seeing none online?
Seeing none.
Okay.
Move approval.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Vote by the button.
The
Thank
motion
you,
carries.
Okay.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adair, for working on this and providing that update.
Of course. Thank you. Good day.
Right. So, let's see, we've got a couple items, 4H and 4I. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 2:15, and then we'll deal with 4H and 4I. Okay.
Nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí.
Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
el objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien. Y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos. Y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces, está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has
back to
put
order.
me in.
We're going to go on to items 4H and 4I. Both of those are my items, and so since the vice chair is not here today, we'll go to the senior board member, not the chair or the vice chair. So Supervisor Williams, I'm going to hand you the gavel.
This is only because it's harder to talk when you're chair. All right. Discussion and possible action, including direction to Planning and Building Services and Cannabis Department to review opportunities and identify limitations related to microbusiness licenses, and to explore alignment of county processes related to microbusiness licenses with state regulations, and referral of these 3 cannabis microbusiness license issues to General Government Committee. Sponsor is Supervisor Hascheck. Would you like to introduce it?
Sure. So we've heard for many years that, you know, we need to explore the micro-business licenses, that there's some barriers to utilizing it fully, and that, you know, it was brought up during the General Government Committee throughout last year. Then I brought it up at the January workshop, and talking about if Planning and Building were to work on it, they needed to have direction from the board. It also got brought up at the Economic Development Roundtable in March. You know, so this is one of those issues that could create some economic viability for a lot of the people in the permit system now. And so what this would do is allow Planning and Building to use some of their time and explore some of those issues. You know, we've looked at, you know, like the definitions for a micro business and aligning them more with what the state has. Looking at expanding zoning for micro business licenses, and also some of the permit requirements. So those are just some of the issues. I've had meetings with Ms. Krog from Planning and Building, and also with the Cannabis Department. So this is just another step forward in, you know, we have over 600 people in our permitted cannabis program, and quite a few of these people have seen this as one of the ways of surviving the economic downturn.
Would staff like to add any detail?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I don't think I have any additional details to add other than just, of course, noting for the board, you know, giving us some direction on how, if you do direct us to work on this, how that fits into our overall priorities for the department over this next calendar year. I know on the agenda item attached was the PBS priorities for fiscal year, I think it was 23-24. And then we did do a presentation in January with this board during those workshops that had a few additional items beyond that we're working on this calendar year. So we would just look for direction on how you would like this to be prioritized.
Questions from supervisors? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. My question was, how much of this work can be done actually by county council? And if there are just in general comparisons that we're trying to make with our policies versus the state, I was just wondering if there's some work that can be done by Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass to just evaluate that before we put something on planning and building.
County Counsel?
So, Charlotte Scott, County Counsel, I don't know that that's a legal question. You could, I mean, we could do, there's some research that could be done by staff, whether you want to use an attorney for that. I'd want to know more about what issue you want exactly, so that I'm using attorney resources appropriately for it too.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, my understanding is that there was a working group on microbusiness licenses, and I know that there are several people out there that have been working on this for years, and they have quite a few ideas. So whether it's through planning and building or county council or the cannabis department is kind of bringing those ideas together and just seeing where we are as a board and if it's legally allowable.
So clarification for the County Council, I think the question, do we have something that we can present for legal review to decide whether, County Council?
Charlotte Scott, County Council, I think directing staff is in essence directing the department to reach out to County Council if they need our assistance in preparing or gathering that information. We will obviously assist Julia's department and Sarah and Steve and Sarah's department with any issues they need research, but I think they will loop us in if there is a question to be answered or some research to gather that they don't have access to.
So my question, I imagine there are capabilities or requirements we want to put into this model. I don't know if you can ask staff to go do it without specifying what it is, and you can't ask council to review staff's work to decide if it's legal, right? There's this dependency analysis you have to work back to. What are the ideas? Do we simply want what another county already does, in which case maybe we could borrow language from a successful county and it's already been reviewed? County council can review it quickly, make sure it's legal here. Would that be a way to accelerate the implementation?
Well, I haven't heard that, but I have heard, if we just accepted the state's definition for microbusiness, then that would be one way.
Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, following up on Supervisor Haschak's comment about implementing the state's definitions, I'm in favor of that and think sometimes we would be better off just simplifying and just mirroring what the state does.
All right, let's go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Not seeing any. Is there public comment online? Not seeing any. It's back to the board.
Yes. First we have MCA Zoom.
I stand corrected. We have 3.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Stephen Amato from the MCA, President. Thank you for hearing this item today. And I couldn't agree more with Supervisor Haschak. This has been going on for years. And I do like hearing the idea of mirroring what the state allows. It is pretty simplified. We're not allowed to do more than what the state allows. They have it spelled out pretty good. I think they're just going to have to, explore what makes sense in what zonings and making sure the safeguards for billing regulations are upheld and done properly. But other than that, I think you really could do the county a great service by just trying to simplify the overall process. And this is more than just micro businesses. It's also just looking at the various different facilities that are allowed for cannabis activities and things such as, cannabis tours and other, commerce that can occur from this. And I'm hoping this is more than just helping us to survive, but really to help our community thrive and put some dollars back into the county rather than taking away. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Tamara.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I first of all like to applaud the board for reviewing this again. This is a huge deal for the cannabis operators in Mendocino County and can be a huge deal for the County of Mendocino. I there, as Steve just said, I'm a farmer, and I am going to be working towards a microbusiness license that we have now through home occupation. But the reality of a lot of the agricultural parcels that are being used for this type of for cannabis cultivation is that they're not residential, and so it doesn't fit into our current home occupancy or cottage industry labels. There's a lot of great safeguards there for zoning types and protecting neighborhoods and stuff. And what I would hope is that you could take all of those great safeguards that are available to, cottage industry, people working, in a mechanic shop or a bakery out of their house, and apply them to the agricultural setting. So making some sort of an allowance to be able to have these in other types of structures and in agricultural areas where there may or may not be a residence. Cannabis is agriculture. We want to support it. And just to underline again how big this is, I think that this is a very forward-thinking idea to be enabling your small producers to be able to do their own retail, because eventually, I strongly believe, just like beer and wine, we will have direct-to-consumer shipping in California and hopefully in the future throughout the country. And so if we can set up our small producers now with the capabilities they need to be able to pay their state sales tax with their non-storefront retail or their on-site retail, it will really drive more economy for the county. And so to summarize, thank you so much for reviewing this again. I think we have a better than some counties already in place with our home occupation. But what I would request is that there be an eye towards seeing this as agriculture and see what kinds of buildings we can do this in and how we can maintain those safeguards that already exist while making it applicable to agriculture. Thank you so much for your time.
Hannah?
Hi there, Hannah Nelson. Thanks for hearing this item. Two comments. One is that, as Steve mentioned, I think that it would be silly to limit any review of not only being in line with the state, but also any zoning and building issues to just microbusiness. I think that years ago, we went through a process of trying to update our facilities licenses in general and the facilities ordinance. And of course, that ended in a debacle. But I think it's time that if we really want to have a framework going forward where the existing operators and future operators can maximize and have value-added businesses, that a comprehensive review of not just the microbusiness but all of facilities ordinances be reviewed. And again, I think that it's not just a matter of aligning with the state. The state has nothing to do with how the zoning is conducted. And I think that's a major issue. And then, as Tamara mentioned, that the limitations of home occupation and cottage industry, if applied to certain existing ancillary operations of existing cultivators, may present some problems. So it's a review of those things more than the state comparison, although it'd be good to align with that. Thank you.
David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. I really want to thank the Board and the county for moving this forward. I think it's great. Even putting it before a committee is a really good idea. It shows some good faith efforts. But I will say, I think there's, as you make these kind of efforts, and even on the next item, to supposedly support the local cannabis business owners, we have significant tension with the still on the books CP zone overlay ordinance, where we have cannabis prohibition by signature. I think that when you have an ordinance like that says for any reason whatsoever, anybody, any group can get together and try and ban a commercial cannabis business, theoretically, I mean, that ordinance is written so broadly and loosely that you could have an underground bunker with no visible signs of activity baking chocolate chip cookies with the only odor that you'd ever smell would be the wafting smell of baked goods, and people could still gather signatures against it because it, is defined as a commercial cannabis operation. So if you're going to make these good faith efforts toward helping the cannabis business thrive, then you need to dump that ordinance that just lets people run on stereotypes, myths, prejudices, etc. And that's my comment. I want to thank you all for moving this one forward because I think it's a good idea.
Seeing no further comment, it's back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move the
Well-
recommended action.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I would like to add facilities too, because we've had these discussions and maybe that could be added to the motion.
If I may, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director, I think that probably the best start to make with this sort of desire to make updates to the facilities ordinance is because there's a lot, I hear quite a few different items that folks have brought forward or have stated that they desire to see in changes. So I think going to the GGC and having that open discussion and then probably coming back to this board with a list of what those changes are. I mean, I'm thinking back to several years ago when we used to come forward with, here's the whole list of all the changes that are desired. Here's what's sort of low-hanging fruit. Here's what's going to require a CEQA document, maybe a general plan amendment, things like that. And then really have this board prioritize where those various changes fit into our overall workload. Because I think it's hard to prioritize it right now without that set of changes in front of us, where that's going to fall within either of the department's workloads. Because it's sort of an unknown set of changes at this point and what's going to be required to make those changes. Plus getting the board's full buy-in on those would really ensure that staff isn't spending time doing work that the board may not ultimately support.
Very good, thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Just for a clarification from Director Krog, so are you saying that that would be necessary to evaluate whether or not the county's microbusiness rules versus the state? Because at this point, I think that's what the agenda item said, and that's what I'm leaning towards, and that's why I voted to approve the recommended action. So for the evaluation, just purely based on what do we have now, what is the state doing, and what's the difference?
I don't know that that would actually require going to GGC necessarily. I think that's something that can be done by staff to do that comparison. But I think what I have heard from the public related to micro businesses is they want to see the county have expanded allowances for where micro businesses are located, and also decoupling that micro business from home occupation and cottage industry requirements, which require that you have a home, it limits the square footage, et cetera. So that those, I think addressing micro businesses altogether, there's one alignment with state regulation, but there's secondarily, I think what I've heard, which is a desire for the county to expand where we allow these activities. So I don't know if I've fully answered your question.
If I could.
Well, I think I'll answer that. You did answer my question, but at this point, I'm leaning towards just, we don't even have an evaluation of what the differences are, and maybe we're not that far off from what we need to do. And I agree that we have many people thinking we should go many directions, but without the department analysis and the legal analysis that may just say the only thing we have to do is X, Y, Z. I'd rather not embark down the path of following what everybody else thinks we should be doing, but I'd rather just have that professional analysis, so then the board could have those conversations and then see where we want to go. Because I'm just feeling a little bit like people have ideas, and just frankly, they're not always aligned with what's actually happening at the state level by the time that we do an analysis. So I'd prefer to just have the analysis of County of Mendo versus state, what's different, before we move forward down a path of receiving a lot of public input on what needs to be changed.
So at present, we have the recommended action as the motion. Is that correct? First and second degree?
Yeah, and just for clarification, the recommended action is to review opportunities and identify limitations. So it would be looking at and comparing the state regulations versus the county, but also looking at some of the other things about expanded zoning and the residential, some of those issues too.
Okay, so the recommended action gives staff and the general government committee some latitude. So we can live,
Right.
we can live with language as is?
Yeah.
All right. Any further, Supervisor Moore?
Yeah, just to be clear, because I chair the General Government Committee, and Supervisor Hashak tends to add in extra lines at the end of his agenda items about what the General Government Committee is going to hear. And I don't want to have this become a conversation about a lot of different new opportunities or expansion. What I really want to know and focus on is, yes, what is us versus the state? If there are pieces of that that need to be highlighted, then okay, but I don't want to head down a path of new ideas. So I just want to be very clear that that's where we're just trying to compare right now.
Any further discussion?
Well,
Supervisor Haschak?
you know, I think there is a sense of urgency to this whole issue for economic development. And if we just look at one factor, one part of this, we're going to take several months, 3, 4, 5 months to get to that point. I think it needs to be, we need to look at some of those big issues that have been identified. So I hope that this gives the General Government Committee that direction to move forward in those areas.
So my take on it is we hear Supervisor Haschak's position, who'd like it to be broader, and we hear the chair of the General Government Committee telling us what will be discussed and the limits. And I think we just wait to see what comes back and then decide from there. Does that work for everyone? Supervisor Mulhern?
It doesn't work for me. I want to be very clear that we are not aligned, that what I want to hear is this issue coming back. I don't want to talk about expansion. I don't want to talk, I was at the Cannabis Economic Development meeting. There were a lot of great ideas, a lot of really important topics. I don't want to rush bringing those back. I want to focus on right now, what is the difference between microbusiness with the County of Mendocino and the state? So just to be clear, we are not aligned on what we think should come back to the General Government Committee.
So I wonder if we could update the motion to reflect with clarity, because otherwise it's not fair to staff. We ask for something that supervisors disagree on. You want to read it again and think about how to clarify the language?
I don't need to clarify it. I need Supervisor Hashak to agree on what was written in the agenda, because he's adding more to it, and I'm saying no. So that's the question.
Understood. Supervisor Hashak, can you live with the language as written, the plain reading, we can call it?
You know, the plain reading for me is that it will look at different issues around microbusiness license. And so if that's comparing with the state, but I don't see why it would limit it from looking at other zoning and some of those issues, key issues around microbusiness licenses. That's what it says to me in my plain reading of it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Expansion is not a microbusiness issue, and I want to be very clear that that is not what we are taking up at this time. We are talking about microbusiness, and I'm trying to clarify what the expectations are, because I don't want to hear a bunch of stuff out in the community that I agree to something that I did not. So I'm just trying to be very clear. I think at this point, taking on the microbusiness item is important. I think that expansion is an important topic, but I don't think that, for me, I'm not taking that on at this time. I'm willing to work on microbusiness and seeing what we can do to align with the state.
Supervisor Haschak.
I think we're in agreement, because I don't see anywhere in here where it says expansion. I think there's talk about expanding where microbusiness licenses can operate, but it's not expansion in the term that going to 20,000 or 1 acre or whatever that is. That's not what we're talking about. So,
Okay, I think we have agreement that we're sticking to the plain reading of the recommended action.
Okay.
Okay. Director Krog?
I was stepping up to just make sure that that was clear for staff as well. So My understanding is that we would go before the General Government Committee, have a comparison of our current county ordinance to state regulations where there's any opportunities to align better with the state there, just kind of going through that process. And then hearing comment, I think, from the facility and the cultivator community about what are some of these opportunities that they want to see the county potentially explore for microbusiness development within the county. But I do want to, I'm hoping that the board will be clear that, the department would not begin working on those until coming back to the Board of Supervisors and receiving that full board direction on those items.
And Director, is it your read of the recommended action that it will not include, talk about expansion?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Let's vote by the button. Oh, we did public.
Okay, just checking.
Motion carries unanimously with Supervisor Norvell out. All right. Item 4I, direct planning. No, sorry, that's not it. Item 4I, discussion and possible action including approval of transmission of letter of request to state agencies and lawmakers for greater collaboration from state agencies to enforce cannabis laws on unpermitted grow sites in Mendocino County. Sponsors Supervisor Haschek and Sheriff. Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so this came about because there is a lot of talk within our communities and also within the cannabis community about why are people, following all the regulations and then the person next door or across the hill or whatever who's not permitted gets away with everything. And so it got brought up to the Round Valley area MAC, and this letter, in essence, and they approved it, and then I'm bringing it forward. The sheriff and planning and building director, code enforcement manager, the cannabis department, all met. Maybe cannabis department wasn't there, but we met with some people from the Round Valley area and talked about what can happen, what as far as enforcement, and so the decision was that the sheriff and I would collaborate on a letter, and that's what we have here. One of the changes that I made just recently was the second paragraph, which was actually asking the state to kind of ease up on some of their regulations and streamline issues and the tax situation so that more people could get into the regulated market. And so anyway, that's what we have here is a request for the structural changes to streamline entry into the cannabis program and also greater enforcement on the unpermitted. And not just the low-hanging fruit, as they say, but really some robust enforcement for the egregious growers. So that's what we have. And Sheriff Kendall is at a conference today, otherwise he'd be here, and he's supportive of this letter.
Thank you. Any discussion? Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you to Supervisor Haschak for bringing this forward. I'm very supportive and believe that the state needs to step up and play a larger role in enforcement, especially with larger scale cannabis operations that are beyond what some of our local resources can address.
Supervisor Mulhern, I can't see if you have a pen. Okay. All right, not seeing any more discussion. Public comment in the room? No public comment on unpermitted cannabis? Public comment online, Jim Shields.
Good afternoon, Lord. This county has purposely and foolishly refused to enforce their own ordinance, allowing scufflaws and criminal cartels to thumb their noses at the cannabis ordinance. All regulatory frameworks have two required and legally mandated components. There is a cohesive and internally consistent set or system of regulations and the means to enforce them. They have to fit like hand in glove. You can't have one without the others. Yet that has been the very situation this county has been in since the cannabis ordinance was enacted 8 years ago. The hand and the glove have never fit. Most importantly, this county has done nothing to protect the backbone of the marijuana industry, the so-called mom and pops. And I'm speaking of the legitimate family farmers, the ones who've been here for years and who are part of our rural community social fabric and integral to our local economies. These folks are getting red tape to death, and the bottom end by the complex, convoluted permitting and licensing regulations, and getting crushed from the top by the mega growers and cartels who are flooding the marketplace with monstrous pot harvests and that depressed prices. California's legal cannabis market recently hit another grim milestone. There are now 10,828 inactive and surrendered pot licenses in the state and only 8,500 active ones, meaning dead pot licenses now outnumber active ones, according to the Department of Cannabis Control's data dashboard. Now, in the post-legalization area, with the collapse and failure of both the state and Mendocino County pot programs, what do we have? What we have a situation where 2/3 of the citizens who live in the unincorporated areas have seen their once stable local economies devastated and undermined by this county's failed cannabis ordinance. In the Laytonville area alone, we've experienced the closure of historic Boomer's Bar and Restaurant, the Wheels Cafe and Bar, Weathertop Nursery, the Long Valley Building Supply and Lumber Yard, and the Laytonville Food Bank has more than doubled in providing services to the families and individuals who are now reliant on it for basic food needs. The Laytonville County Water District is all but insolvent due to the loss of 1/3 of our revenues directly linked to the failed cannabis ordinance. Sheriff Matt Kindle said recently some areas of this county have become a hotbed of illicit criminal activity with cartel activity and murders. So while it's probably too little too late, I agree with this last-ditch effort to enlist the aid and support of the state of California in cleaning up Mendocino County's unregulated cannabis industry, which has impacted the local environment, quality of life, along with all of the negative impacts, including environmental, social, economic destruction stemming from a lack of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Tamara?
Hey, Mara, that good farm. I want to just bring up one small issue about our history with inviting law enforcement in from the state and the federal government. And I would like the Board of Supervisors to be mindful of the health and safety and well-being of their citizens and make sure that there is a respectful nature to any enforcement that we're inviting into our county, because we've been hunted by helicopters and terrorized by groups, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that, invited in by the Board of Supervisors. So while I agree with some of the ideas, I would like to ask, please, that we make sure that we're monitoring to ensure that enforcement is done in a respectful way. Thank you.
Hannah? Oh, hang on a second. Supervisor Haschek, did you have a comment?
Yes. I had a paragraph that I'd added, and somehow it's not there in the revised letter that was attached. So if I could read that paragraph, and we could consider that in adding it to the letter, if that's permissible.
Yeah, Council, how do we handle public comment that may not have had a chance to comment on the letter as we plan to approve?
I think by reading it out loud or attaching it, I think you can amend what is in front of you as long as you're making that clear.
Would you like to do that now before we continue public comment?
Yeah. Okay. So it'd be the second paragraph inserted. Says cannabis farmers in Mendocino County have benefited from the local equity entrepreneurial program, LEAP funding, and the local jurisdiction assistance grant program, LJAGP funding. These have helped the county and cultivators get their state annual licenses, become compliant, and foster their businesses. Yet there are many who find that the permitting cost and the tax structure are harming the viability of their businesses. The Department of Cannabis Control should look at ways of further streamlining the process and reducing cost so that unpermitted grows can enter the regulated market and thrive. Then for the next paragraph, just a sentence is, cannabis growers feel frustrated that they are being held accountable by the county and the state to rigorous standards in the regulatory process, while watching as unregulated actors continue to thrive in an industry that has seen most of the legal operators throw in the towel and abandon the occupation that once paid all their bills and allowed them to support the county and state economies through healthy spending and a stable local economy.
All right, let's go on to public comment. Hannah?
Hannah Nelson, thank you, and thank you Supervisor Haschak for reading that paragraph out loud. It certainly goes a measure towards the concerns that I have. I did also have a similar logistical snafu. I had tried to add a corrected comment letter, mainly correcting typos and one phrase. But the intent of my comment letter was to really make sure that at every single turn that we are asking the state and different state agencies to help with enforcement, to look at enforcement, to help with cleanup, that it is coupled equally with robust requests to re-examine the very frameworks that create the barriers and have people frustrated and throw in the towel, as was just enunciated. I think also the other point of my letter was also the historical context of enforcement. And again, without impugning the intentions of anyone, the realities on the ground, particularly when you get multi-jurisdictional task force in, are very different than perhaps that which was naively contemplated. And we have a long history of looking back and seeing how enforcement actions, which were well intended, can go awry. In fact, right now, and without commenting on the sovereignty issue, there's a pending lawsuit against law enforcement actions in Round Valley, and it's in large part because of the manner in which they were conducted, the lack of coordination with the community, and other such things. So I really feel like we need a more robust insertion of action to suggest to the state whenever we're asking for additional resources, particularly for enforcement. And I also wonder, I had heard the sheriff indicate recently that crime was much lower than previously reported surrounding cannabis issues. So I'm a little bit confused where this escalated concern comes from. Don't deny that there are certainly issues that need attending to, and I'm in support of that, so long as it's coupled with a reasoning that looks at the framework and how it's applied. Thank you.
MCA, please state your name for the record. Did we lose MCA? All right.
Hello, Stephen Amato, president of the MCA. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, we agree wholeheartedly with recommendations that Hannah Nelson spelled out in her letter, and even the commenting she just did. So I'm not going to just keep repeating it for time's sake, but do definitely want to highlight it is very important to really listen to those suggestions that she is making in there, because there are great concerns in our community about how enforcement has been used in this county throughout its history. And the opportunity to be able to get any funds from the state on that level in this time of economics with budgets on the state level and locally, I think we need to make sure if those funds are coming in, they're really being used absolutely proper. It's critical. We don't have a lot more room for error and mistake any longer. And if they're really going to be intended to go after the very baddest players and the atrocities that we are hearing from the sheriff and from other people throughout the county and in the newspaper every day, let's make sure that that's what they're being used for, because they're greatly needed if those stories are accurate. So I don't want to take up any more time. Thank you for listening to this issue, and just make sure, this is being watched and really done thoroughly, and really encourage those on the board and in the community listening, really look at Hannah's letter and understand the whole concept well. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 1706. Please state your name for the record. You need to press *6 to unmute. We can come back to 1706. David A.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Board. To leapfrog off of what Tamara and Hannah said, it would be nice to know what the ask is from the state on enforcement. It seems to be completely detail-free as to what, level of enforcement, types of enforcement, and I'm not talking about operational details, just, where the focus would be. What is the county asking for? A Black Hawk helicopter and 12 National Guard troops? I think that went badly last time, that kind of thing was tried. In fact, I don't think it had a lot of public support. I remember an open letter, from a licensed cultivator to the community that was published in several online newspapers about how poorly people were treated, out in the nether regions beyond Laytonville. So that would be, I think, a good idea to avoid that kind of confrontational enforcement. And to know, what are the priorities? Are we talking about going after some of these dropped licenses because they're low-hanging fruit? Or are you talking about going after egregious people that are stealing water out in out in the hills? I think that would be a good thing to know, especially if you want to be transparent and you're bringing this, at a public meeting and saying this is what we're doing. To have it be so vague is a little disappointing. And, as a follow-up, I think all of these things are really good because it makes it sound like the county and the county government and the board specifically are trying to help our licensed cultivators and business owners. And at the same time, you still have this terribly worded ordinance that covers the CP zones, those overlays. For any reason whatsoever, a community gets together and says, no commercial cannabis operation here. And I know we're going to have another one coming up here because, those Friends of Chair hashtags are never going to stop. So they'll be coming forward again to try and, get an overlay where the zoning still doesn't allow it. And I think that when you have those kinds of two-faced approaches, it makes the county look really bad. I do appreciate the spirit of this letter. I just wish that it had more details in it, especially about the ask from the state on enforcement. Thank you.
Number ending in 1706. State your name for the record. It looks like you just muted. Try unmuting with *6.
Hi, this is Barry Vogel, and I'm trying to make this thing work, and I think I'm too early. So I'm just going to stand by.
Are you calling in to talk about cannabis?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm calling in to talk
thank
about,
you.
the discussion.
Okay. Back to the board. I don't see any more public comment. Any discussion? I have a question. Supervisor Haschak, hearing the feedback, would you consider including any priorities in the letter, or do you think you've covered that as is?
Well, I think that the priorities would be, environmental damage.
Yeah.
The crime or any kind of noted criminal activity.
So all of the above, basically.
Yeah.
And then the other question I had was, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that maybe $15 million was spent in our county last year from statewide cannabis tax. And I know at times this board has said, and I think the sheriff has said, we're not seeing the revenue from Prop 64 come back. I think it may be that we're just not at the table. I think the state is doing work in our county, and we're less aware. Is this letter an opportunity to try to get at the table to describe some of the projects that we would like addressed? I think there's overlap between river restoration and addressing unpermitted, unlicensed cannabis cultivation. Probably, homeless encampments near rivers also falls in that category. Are you thinking this is a way to provoke that conversation about how existing state dollars are allocated for Prop 64 endeavors in Mendocino?
Sure, that's a great idea.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Well, I'll move approval of the letter as revised.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right. Thank you. And we'll go on to item 4K, which is a CEO report.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. There is not a report to submit today, but there is a comment we would like to make. The Animal Care Services will be offering a mobile spray and neuter service in Redwood Valley and Fort Bragg. Redwood Valleys will be on 529 at the Grange, which is at 8650 East Road. Fort Bragg is on 614 at the Fort Bragg Feed and Pet, which is at 880 Stewart Street. We are also looking at having the mobile van in Willits sometime in June, but it's dependent on the availability of a veterinarian. So during these caravan days, people can start dropping their animals off at 8 a.m. for the spay and neuter, and then also walk-ins for vaccine and microchips will be available from 10 to 2. Surgeries on the caravan can only be scheduled in advance. So to schedule a surgery or if there are any questions, please call the clinic at 707-463-4782. Thank you.
All right. Any public or board comment on the CEO report? Okay, any public comment? Seeing none online? Okay.
None online.
And so there's item 4L, but on the agenda it's listed as 4K, which is 4K we just did with the CEO report. This discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform.
Sarah Pierce, go ahead. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. I do not believe there is any ledge platform today. Supervisor Mulhern, did you?
Okay, very good. Okay, moving, do we need to take public comment on no legislative platform? Any public comment? Seeing none online?
None online.
Okay, so we'll go to items 3B and 3Q. So item 3B, which is from the consent calendar, and Supervisor Klein, you wanted to pull it for some separate consideration?
The application for Kyle Farmer has an administrative error, so it just needs to be pulled and be brought back on the May 20th meeting.
Okay. So can we have a motion to approve item 3B without the Kyle Farmer application?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none online?
Seeing none.
Okay. Vote by the button for item 3B.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, moving on to item 3Q. So I polled it. We did have some public discussion this morning. We had a public comment. We received some written commentary. I would just like to look to county council to see if there's any reply to some of the discussion that's been going on.
Charles Scott, County Council. We have looked at the provisions raised by the commenter this morning, the constitutional provisions related to extra compensation and gift of public funds. There is the VSIP is not offered as extra compensation for services already rendered, which is what that provision of the Constitution is prohibiting. And additionally, there's analysis as to the public funds question, and there was some request to have a AG opinion requested by our office, but the AG has already opined essentially on this issue. There's an AG opinion from 2000. I can give you the site. It is 83 Ops Cal Attorney General 45, and it's very similar, different title of a plan, but a similar early retirement incentive was addressed by that opinion. While that's advisory in nature, I have not seen any legal authorities challenging or distinguishing that provision and finding any county or other municipal retirement incentive to be violative of the gift of public funds provisions in the Constitution. So at this point, I'm confident in the analysis we have and have no other comment.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, thank you. I share strength in the County Council's opinion, so my questions are not around that, but for HR, I received some questions from constituents. Those questions are, what is the purpose of listing employees' age on this VSIP document? Why aren't years of service included in this? And then also, they would like to see a savings analysis based on the 28 proposed employee buyouts and the 2 years of full-time equivalent salary savings for them being unable to fill them for 2 years. And then also asked to list the departments that would be impacted.
So good afternoon, Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So thank you, Supervisor Klein. So I'm happy to answer those questions. So I will read here what I have for you. So regarding listing the age on the documentation for the board's approval. So if a government agency or any employer with 20 or more employees offers an incentive to resign or retire as part of a group termination program, certain age-related disclosures are required by law under the Older Workers Benefit Protection Act, which is a part of the Age Discrimination and Employment Act. So if it's a part of a group or program affecting 2 or more employees, such as the Voluntary Separation Incentive Program, then this disclosure is required. The information is meant to allow employees to assess whether the offer may involve age discrimination. So the purpose these requirements exist to ensure transparency and to protect employees age 40 and over from age discrimination and workforce reductions. And departments that on the form are affect is public health, planning and building, behavioral health, social services, health benefits, clerk recorder, buildings and ground, Department of Transportation, and the library. And you wanted to know saving costs too, yes?
Yes, please. Thank
So-
you.
General funds savings prorated at 75% for fiscal year 25-26 is approximately $338,000. Non-general fund savings prorated at 75% for fiscal year 25-26, approximately $1.8 million. General fund savings over 2 years, and Sarah, Assistant CEO, please correct me too if I'm stating any incorrect. General fund savings over 2 years is a little over $1 million, and non-general fund savings for 2 years is 5.7.
Yeah, thank you.
Right? Yeah, and so with this retirement incentive, voluntary separation incentive program, when I was with the schools and the union president, we used to negotiate these all the time. And it was standard practice to help people move on and go to places where they wanted to be, or more so. Anyway, so I was kind of surprised at these comments about the illegal or unconstitutional nature of this program, because I think that we got this program, some of the wording and everything from Humboldt County. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair. So we did review information that Humboldt County had been using, but also we did work with outside counsel on this extensively.
Yeah, so it is kind of a standard practice.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, any other comments from the board? Okay, are there any public comments? But we already heard from Mr. Vogel in the morning, so any public comments?
If I may, through the chair, I just want to make one clarification on the amounts. The amounts listed for 25-26 are prorated because the individuals can choose, I think, up till September to make the decision and leave the position. But it also is the net of the buyout amount. So the 2 years is a greater amount. The ones for 25-26 is prorated net of the incentive. Thank you.
Okay, and just a question about the finances. Where are we going to get the money for paying these incentives? Is that coming from one-time only money?
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO, it would just be a savings of the salaries. It's not going to be a use of one-time funds.
So it will come out of the savings. Say we have to pay a person $15,000. So how does that work?
So for example, if the employee's salary and benefits is $100,000, we would have a savings of $85,000 if we're paying them $15,000. It's a budget savings.
Right. Well, one way of shifting that would be to use one-time only for that payment, and then it would be a savings to the general fund. If we're looking to get rid of one-time, use one-time only for one-time only payments.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO, the only one-time funds that are remaining available that are not being proposed next year to be used is the PG&E funding. So if that was the direction of the board, we'd have to decide which PG&E funding to utilize.
Okay. Or we have the money that was for the roads at this point, too. We could look at the one-time only money. Anyway. All right.
I move approval.
Second.
So No public comment in the chambers. Any online that hasn't
Seeing
talked
none.
already? Okay. Okay, very good. Supervisor Klein. Move approval? Okay, second? Okay. Got that? Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 4L. Supervisors' reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Supervisor Williams.
Yes, Supervisor Norvell and I are waiting for a committee meeting with the Friends of the Library for the Fort Bragg expansion. It's been scheduled, but it hasn't happened yet.
Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you. I will be, well, with this week being Wildfire Preparedness Week, I will be hosting a town hall around home hardening, fire insurance, state regulations, and an update on our Mendocino CAL FIRE unit. That's going to be on Monday, May 19th at 6 p.m. at Mendocino's College, the Little Theater. So it's geared towards the First District, but anyone is welcome, and would invite my colleagues to participate as well. I'll be advertising that on my Facebook page. And then additionally, I participated in a kind of a roundtable discussion with other leaders from Lake County as well as our sheriff around what's happening with our local agricultural community and ranches with the increase of four-legged predators, mountain lions, coyotes, and then also the wolves that are being spotted in the north part of our state. So discussions around what our options are locally as the state is removing our options for what we can do to protect livestock. And then I had something else, but I'm totally forgetting it, so. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I've been working with Supervisor Hashak and the Great Railroad Trail Agency staff to communicate with local tribes about their goals and the goals for that project. I met with the new director of the West Company to share my thoughts about their program and hear their upcoming plans. I met with the leadership, the youth leadership from the California Conservation Corps in Talmadge to talk about their board procedures and other ways to engage with local elected officials. And yesterday at the Mendocino LAFCO meeting, we approved the upcoming budget and work plan, which includes water agencies and fire agencies. And we also approved the MSR SOI for Westport County Water District and the Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. LAFCO meetings are filmed by the county and are available on YouTube. And I encourage people that are interested in water issues to watch those meetings to learn more.
All right, and I attended the healthcare summit that was at Coyote Valley. Very informative about the healthcare situation and staffing and how to recruit for the health clinics. And then there's also all the concerns about Medi-Cal cuts and how that will impact health clinics, both the rural health clinics and the hospitals in Mendocino County. We had a first 5 commission meeting, and certainly there's concern about Head Start funding and proposed cutbacks to that, which is a very needed program. I worked for Migrant Head Start for a couple years, and great program, and to see that it might be on the chopping block is really disheartening. MCOG had a meeting yesterday and a resolution for expanded JPA authority so that the MCOG can administer the Northern Rural Energy Network, and that will be a great program for cost savings and all sorts of different programs that network can offer. And then Sunday was the Mendo Cup in Willits, and it was very well attended, and it's the first annual, I guess. And then as far as the budget goes, I'm thinking about it, that I'd like the CEO to bring back a recommended cut to all departments, of a certain percent. And it could be a 5% or 10%, but whatever makes our budget balance. So, should have brought it up earlier this morning, but I didn't, so just putting it out there now. Okay. All right, with that, I'll adjourn the meeting at 3:19.